Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? And welcome to this episode of Fanfiction Friday. And I am so excited to be doing this again. I am so excited to bring back the weirdness, the craziness, the oddness that is fanfic in all of its forms. But the good news, the really good news, I am not alone. I've got a Megan.
Hello.
And I've got a Laura. And there will be a mysterious stranger named Cat joining us at some point. I know. So strange, but so true. So yes, I know I promised to get the sound fixed on the other thing, but we had a mild insurrection in our country this week, and let's just say I had planned on doing a lot of things this week that I never got around to. So yeah. All right, so before we get into it, does anybody want to do an intro, a hello, how are you, whatever?
Sure. Okay. Hi, my name is Megan. I have a YouTube channel. I write contemporary fiction, and I vlog about my journey to write the fiction. And that's about it, I think.
Awesome. You just got a new video up today.
Oh yeah, I have a video up today, so
still need to watch it.
Check it out if you guys want. It's about my goals and resolutions. So
awesome. My name is Laura Nettles. Probably know you all. Channel name Laura Nettles. I am working on a lot of horror this year. So I have found a few publications that are open to submissions last night. I was not sleeping. So I was searching the Instagrams, going through all of these different horror publishers and seeing which ones were open to submissions. And so I have a few now on the docket that I need to write. So I will be vlogging my brainstorming, drafting, editing, submission process for some of these short stories and flash fictions.
Nice.
Awesome. And my name is Charlie. I am a writer. I'm a podcaster. I have been doing audio engineering and music stuff for a while, which is actually what I'm going to be working on tonight. Because my fan project is I am working on the next I'm calling them like gothic lo-fi because they're like halfway between an 80s goth track and a lo-fi track. A little bit more lo-fi because they've got more of a trap beat in the background, at least the last one did, than what you would expect in an 80s goth track. But my lo-fi-ish remix of another ghost track, I'm doing Cerise right now to go with the track He Is, which I consider fan fiction because it's one of my favorite stories. I love the little children and their talent show that goes to hell. It's a beautiful, beautiful story. If you've not seen the video, it is wonderful. It starts with the little kids playing in a band, and then a girl goes all Carrie and starts attacking parents with psychic powers. It's a wonderful, wonderful, cute little video. It's so cute. It's so cute if you're into that sort of thing. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. As a result, I am currently making loops. And so I was intending, when I was going to be working on a written story, to be chatting most of this sprint, but most of the stream, but we will actually be doing sprints because I don't know if I'm going to get dim-cud on the loops as I'm making them because, well, they're not transformed yet. So they sound like the original song, and I don't want to get another DMCA. Well, actually, I've never gotten one on this channel, but I did get one on the other. Well, I didn't get a strike, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want to get dim-cud. So for me to be able to work, I'm going to have to go into silent mode. But that doesn't mean that these two lovelies have to, so do whatever y'all like. So I see that we have a Maggie here. Hello, Maggie.
Hello.
We have a CB, the queen of fan fiction, the master of the pepperoni. I'm so glad that you're here. And I see a sneaky little Eva. Hello, how are you doing? I'm glad to see you here as well. All right. It's been a crazy week. It has been in so many ways, like not just with the stuff that is widely known because of, it affecting the entire country, but just in life in general. It's been a very crazy week. And I'm looking forward to like some laid back, relaxing, sheer goofiness. I have yet to watch the season finale for Star Trek Discovery because, okay, they were doing really, really good. Like I was really enjoying the series. And then they decided to put 2 out of their 3 queer characters in a place where they're probable to die because, bury your gays is only a thing that they've done once. Why not just continue killing them off? Like, oh, we just added a new queer character. Why not kill them? So we'll see what happens with that. And I kind of see the setup for how this is going to get resolved. And so help me. So help me. I will write for your show for free. Like in my spare time, I could come up with a better plot than a child threw a temper tantrum and destroyed the galaxy. Like that's not like this is up there with like what does God need with a starship? Like I get it, cocaine is a hell of a drug, but like keep it out of the writer's room, please. So I'm yet to figure out if I even want to watch that. We did watch Earthrise. If you are even like remotely interested in the Transformers at all, the 2 seasons that are up, Siege and Earthrise for the War of Cybertron series up on Netflix, they are really good. They did this mysterious thing of focus on the robots and let them have personalities.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they've got personalities and backstories and like wants and desires and goals that are in conflict with each other that aren't just like, I don't know, I want the magic rock or whatever Michael Bay was trying to do.
And meet the MacGuffin.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I like their Optimus Prime. I like that he is doubting himself. I like that he isn't quite, because this is like early on in the timeline. So he's not quite sure of himself. He's just taken over the Autobots and he's not quite sure. Megatron is in that transition mode from hero who saved them from their slave masters and tyrant. So he's not entirely a monster yet, and watching his descent into villainy and Prime's rise into being a hero. It's a really interesting place to put a story, and I am enjoying it. I can't wait for the 3rd and final part to come out, I think later this year. And better than anything, the animation is beautiful. And they're doing a lot of like deep dive characters, like Sound Blaster and Bug Bite are both in here. And like, I was just like, somebody in the writer's room even knew who they were? Like, were they even in the Transformers wiki before before this series happened? But yeah, it's exciting. But yeah. Hello, Jules. You just finished filming your Q4 analytics video. Now to edit. Editing. I may or may not have recorded a here's my goals for 2020 video today that I immediately deleted because I watched it back and oh no. Today is not the day to try to talk about the future. I will do that when I'm having a bit better mental health day. And Maggie says, sorry, I missed the first 6 minutes talking to my DTR in the Navy. Your daughter? I'm assuming that's what that means.
I think so.
It's crazy times. I hope everything is all right, and I hope the baby goats are fine. Okay.
Rabbit's being noisy. Sorry. I cleaned his cage.
Apologize for the rabbit. We love you, rabbit.
Ready for the long haul.
I am feeling it. I'm just like, oh, 2021, get on the bus. Just get on the bus. Like, I am so done with you. I do have to say they have started the arrests. I have been like low-key following the news. They have arrested the gentleman who broke into and vandalized and did the live stream from Nancy Pelosi's desk. He has now been arrested. A couple other people have been arrested. And that's at least the beginning of something good. But yeah, 2020, man. Where did the author, who must not be named, hide the time turners? Yes! Like, seriously, right? The problem is I wouldn't know when to go back to start the fix on this. Because in my mind, we'd have to go all the way back to the 80s and stop George H.W. Bush from pardoning Ronald Reagan for Iran-Contra. Or maybe go all the way back to Ford and keep him from pardoning Nixon, so that there's an account. We need to put accountability for doing bad things in public office back into play. And I don't know where we want to start this. Maybe go all the way back to Andrew Jackson, who used to be the person I thought was the worst president, and he did commit a genocide. So he's still like on
Up there.
like up there, but like hopefully we don't have another president that willfully and against the law commits a genocide, which is very hard to do in the United States. We're usually very pro-genocide, especially towards our own native populations. We're usually like, oh, you want to kill brown people? Sure. The Supreme Court told him not to do it, and he was just like, I'm going to do it anyway. So, yeah. Know your history, folks. My dog is tap dancing over by the door, and it's very distracting. She gets very excited and starts like tip tapping like her feet on the ground, and then she starts chasing her tail, and then tip tapping. It's like, you're so cute. It's very distracting. Yes, I did not enjoy my 7-day free membership either. No. Ooh, that's really cool. I can't wait to see that. That's exciting. I love your decks. You have some of the most beautiful decks. Like, they're beautiful. And I can't wait for that. Let's see. Yes. It's wait. We have a bloop.
Ooh.
We have a bloop.
Hello.
The oracle card of the day is the Canary Spirit. Sing your own song. Hey, well, does that mean I have to work on an original song? Can it's a remix technically? Can my remix be my original song?
I think you're in the clear.
Find your authentic voice and express what is your heart.
Yes, I have a heart first to express it.
I just learned that the heart has like its own brain almost that like regulates things. I need to learn more about it, but I learned that the brain actually the heart has its own little brain, which is really cool.
There's a lot of like distributive processing in the body, and it's amazing. Like, did you know that a lot of your mood is based on the gut bacteria that you have and how happy they are? Like, you're literally responding to trillions of little brains inside you that are like, no.
You're using your...
That just reminds me of that movie. I can't remember the name, but with the germs. Cartoon one that was part of Osmosis Jones. Yes.
My teacher worked on that.
Oh, really? I love that movie.
He drew and animated the explosions.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Yeah. Hello, Spence. How are you doing today?
Just talking to Spence about bread.
Yes. Osmosis Jones. Yes.
So what fandom are you writing for today, Megan?
I'm still doing the Pride and Prejudice. I'm going back to my Charlotte Lucas story where she's trying to get this guy to do the deed with her. So I now have to figure out what happens next because I've forgotten what I was going to do before.
There's also the anime cells at work.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen that one.
I just have to say, and they're not here currently, but to the person who got me my little child mug that I am drinking out of, because I thought it was the most appropriate one, either this one or one of my Batmans, or who knows, maybe in future we'll just go Disco Vader, because I love the Disco Vader because he's so shiny. But they actually molded it on the inside too, so it's really hard to clean this sucker because he's got a lot of nooks and crannies. Like this entire faceplate is mushed out on the inside there.
Oh, wow.
So he's really hard to keep clean, which is why he became decorative. Same thing with these things. I love these, and I would love to drink out of one of my goblets of either Vader or Yoda goblets because they're really cool looking. But again, they shaped them on the inside and didn't make actual bowls on the inside. So keeping things clean is not easy. But I don't know. I may try to start drinking out of the Yoda goblet because I don't know what says Fanfiction Friday more than a Yoda goblet in my hands. Like, let us drink from the wisdom of Yoda, which is a little bit creepy when you think about it. You know, like, but
Little Hannibal Lecter.
just a little bit.
So what is everyone else working on?
Yes, let us know what you were doing because I'm gonna guess CB is doing a pepperoni story, but I'm not sure which one because you have several going on. And I'm really curious about that. And yes, they should.
Mm-hmm.
With my logo, if you're talking about my logo, they were out. I'll need to check my Redbubble and see if I accidentally privated them or something. But I know I had. What?
So check out Charlie's Redbubble.
Yeah, because I did have them up there. I may not have. I went through there trying to fix some things and ended up accidentally privating some stuff because I went through and for some things I was using the same image and resizing it using their auto resizer to fit on the products, and I actually went through and did new images for each one, and then apparently didn't hit publish again, and it put them in draft state. I thought I hit publish, but I hit save or something. I don't know. So if they're not there, they're in draft. But ooh, that's how you find wisdom. That is definitely how you find wisdom right there. Not that I'm condoning the drinking of absinthe, but I do have like bottles of it in the other room because I love it.
Isn't there a connection between absinthe and a green fairy or something?
Yes. Absinthe was referred to for many, many years as the green fairy because one, thujan, which is the active ingredient in absinthe, can have a mild hallucinatory effect on people if you are allergic to it, and only if you are allergic to it. But it's not an anaphylactic kind of thing. It just you kind of makes things go a little wavy. But you have to use cold water or an ice cold substance in there. That's what turns it white. When you saw my absinthe the other night and it was white, that's actually the thujan molecule being shriveling in the cold that turns it from a soft green to a white in color. And if you don't do that, it will pass through you. The molecule's too big to actually get absorbed into your system. So you have to make it really, really cold so it gets into your system. And if you're lucky like me and you have a mild allergy to it, the world gets a little wiggy. But of course, older absinthe was even better because it was made with things like mercury and lead.
Oh my gosh.
So you would take a drink of that and, you'd be seeing fairies. As the brain cells in your head popped one by one into a state of death. But yeah. It's an amazing beverage, and that is only if it actually includes wormwood. A lot of modern absinthes only contain either angelica or either angelica root or anise in them to get a similar flavor. It is legal in the United States now to possess and sell up to 17% thujan absinthe in the US. You can import up to 30.
Wow.
So, and I know this because people yell at us all the time because we carry it at the restaurant. At the restaurant, they're like, "That's not real." And we're like, "We did our homework, honey." This restaurant is owned by two goths. It's very we know our absinthe. There's two things that all goths know about, and that's clove cigarettes and absinthe. It's required. It is. It's part of the like sign up process.
What are you going to work on, Kat?
I have
No idea.
What
Yeah.
are you working on, Laura?
only Charlie knows about
Huh?
it. With the small child.
Oh,
Small child.
the neighbors are being very, very loud. So
Yeah, I'm working on Hadrian Riddle. It is my Harry Potter fanfic. I've never written one before, so I've read a bajillion, but I've never actually written one. So I am trying my hand. Voldemort heard the entire prophecy and decided, I'm going to adopt the kid. So Blood adopted the kid, being raised as an assassin to take out the Order of the Phoenix.
which is a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
I really
love the story
like
from what I've heard so far.
all of the things.
So we've already had an encounter with a hag, and we just had an assault, a raid on the Tonks residence. And of course, since Andromeda Tonks married a muggle, he has a gun. So we had a shootout with some wizards. It was great.
That was the one thing that I loved, and I highly recommend that people remember if you're doing something that in a world where projectile weapons or other kinds of weapons like that should exist, in that there's a big epic battle at the end of the first series of books that I wrote. And I knew the first question is going to be, why are they using swords? Because it's main force are using swords. And so they get shot at, and you actually see what happens if they get shot at. And it's not a pretty thing for the people who do the shooting. And it's like, that's why you don't shoot at the space wizards. That's why you don't shoot at the space wizards. Everybody draw your weapons. And you go in, because then you can explain it away really quickly. Like, you can make a reason why they didn't just walk up to Voldemort and go, bam. It's really easy. It's like a very simple thing. Just a little line of dialogue. Oh man, when so-and-so did that, it did not end well. And you can explain away a lot of those plot holes from your fiction if you want to. And
It just
I highly
reminds
recommend
me
it.
of the one close up in Iron Man 1, where the Mach 1 Iron Man suit, and the guy goes up, shoots, and just ricochets back and hits himself. It's like, yes.
It's not hard to put in an explanation as to why these things these simple, obvious solutions aren't actually the simple, obvious solutions, and why we have to go do the quest for the unobtainium so that we can build the Bolognium machine so that we can cause the ultimate downfall of the bad guy. Like, you can put that in there. It's really easy. It's not that hard. But of course, why would any of these people do any of the work?
Like my book that I'm writing, I'm like, my person doesn't like paperwork, so she's like, no paperwork if I use a sword, but I have a ton of paperwork if I shoot my gun. Hello, sword.
It's very simple. Just a quick line of dialogue. It just. Hello, Nikki. How are you doing? You came just in time. We're about to get started on our first sprint. Your favorite scene in Iron Man 1? Yeah. So, since a couple of you weren't here when I said this earlier, if anybody wants to share their fan fiction and actually come on and read it, or just wants to chat through the sprints, talk about a movie or a TV show you just watched, I don't care. It's fun. I was actually planning on doing that until I decided to work on a music project that I don't want to get Demca'd yet, and I don't know if I'm going to get DMCA'd on it. So I'm going to be muting my mic. The rest of y'all, have fun. Do whatever you want. All hell's breaking loose today, because that's how we do.
I'm already doing it like I've been doing mine.
Yeah, because I thought that was a lot of fun. And especially for a fan fiction thing, like if anybody wanted to read, like actually read their fanfic, because when Sage and Savvy do theirs, I love that they're actually like sharing their stories and everything. Like I love that. And that's what I had planned to do until I had my mild nervous breakdown last night, and I'm making a song. I'm making a song. I'm making a song about why you shouldn't trust anybody.
Later tonight.
Ooh, ooh.
The ultimate silver bullet.
That is I like that. All righty. So on that note, as per usual, I am going to be putting the time. No, I didn't say edit yet. I'm going to be putting the time down in the ticker down below for when I will be coming back, and y'all can do whatever you want because what the heck? I didn't bring it over here. No.
The apocalypse.
To fix everything. Where are you? No, this cannot stand. This cannot stand. Here, I'll fix this. We're gonna get all freaky in the coloring for a minute, but
it took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
And them's the rules. So let's have some fun because God knows after this week, I think we all need some fun. Alrighty. I'm going to start with a 15-minute timer because I think it's a good way for us to get started, especially because my brain being my brain. It's going to be a good way for me to get started. Hopefully it'll be a good way for y'all to get started too. All right. So I'm going to just count us in. Make sure that you have something to drink of your own choosing. Make sure that you are nice and relaxed and maybe sitting up straight and not doing what I like to do, which is all hunched over. Which is why I like where I have the camera now, because I look freaky when I do this. So I have to sit up. Sneeze a couple times if it makes you feel better. I mean, whatever.
And now you've all witnessed how I almost gave myself a bloody nose when I had a break.
I thought I broke my nose once after a sneeze because I went right into a wall.
Ooh.
I basically did that, and my head went smack into a wall. I thought I broke my nose.
I sneezed at my dad's house, and he just instinctively put his hand out because I was right in front of a chair. And if he hadn't done that, I would have bashed my head into a chair, like a solid wooden chair.
Goodness.
You guys are violent sneezers.
Oh, you have no idea. Yeah. I have fallen out of a chair before from a sneeze. Sneezed just so hard. It was one of those wooden kitchen chairs and just sneezed myself off the chair. I was a child, but it still counts.
Wow.
So let us get started.
Oh, Chihuahua sneezes and headbutts the floor. Oh my gosh.
Wait, what happened?
The last comment.
Oh, the poor Chihuahua.
That's kind of funny.
Yep, that's why I have to sit up, because if I sit the way I want to with the nice hunched back, you can see all my pores. Everything. And ain't nobody need that. Alrighty. I'm just going to count us in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I will see you all back here in 15 minutes. Do as thou wilt and let it harm none.
the answer is all of them.
That doesn't really help. I need a vegetable. Someone give me a vegetable.
Are pretty easy to do, I believe. Just because you just have to clean them, make sure they're clean and snipped. That's it. They're pretty easy to
Do they
do.
have peas in England?
Canned peas, canned carrots, canned asparagus.
Okay.
You want to go crazy? Canned mushrooms.
Is it at a period of time one? So just look at what's. Can you look up the most popular vegetables of that time?
There are also canned potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes are. Did you forget that you could just talk?
Yes.
Megan, I highly recommend going to the ball website, like the canning jars. My stepmom cans. That's the only reason I know.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
Go in there. Sorry.
Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. That did not feel like 15 minutes. Beepity beep.
Was that really 15 minutes? That was
Yeah.
fast.
According to my machinima, Bob. Yeah, that went really fast. I got a couple more measures of this loop built because I think I know the 3 loops that I want to make for this thing. Actually, I think it's going to end up being closer to 6 when it's all done because there's parts of the vocal line I want to replicate in this as well. But yeah, it's oddly soothing doing this. Like, I wish my keyboard worked and didn't like make all kinds of confused things happen, so I could just go bing, 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 like tape it in. And I hate using the virtual keyboard that they have because my brain doesn't like. It would be one thing if they like mapped like A is A, but it's not, and it doesn't actually feel like a piano in the way that it's laid out. So it's like, I can't. I have problems. But hey, I get to do it low and slow, which honestly today, more than anything, I need. So it's oddly meditative. So what did y'all end up doing?
243 words.
Wow.
Nice.
Planner.
Yay, planners!
Yay for planners.
I had to read over my story again because I had forgotten everything that I had written so far. So I had forgotten about this one part where I said it was like straddling a clammy fish. And I thought that was funny.
So starting here, I don't know if you answered this. I don't think I heard it.
I typed it.
I see you did type it in there.
Write whatever you want.
Yeah, do whatever you want. Rules are suspended for the day. I've actually, part of me is wanting to rewrite one of the fanfics that I remember writing when I was a kid because I'm upset that I don't have it anymore. And it was a story that I really liked, and I remember the like contours of it. It would be a different story because I'd be writing it now as opposed to when I was like 16. But that might be a future Fanfiction Friday project for me. Because, you know how it is. Ooh. Dinner. I have no idea what we're doing for dinner. We had plans yesterday, and we actually followed through with them, but we had a different day yesterday than we had planned. It was a much better, less self-destructive day. It was a much less self-destructive day. We played Civ 6 all day. And the hubby was so happy and was just like, when do you think she's going to want to do that again? He was so happy.
That's so cute.
I think once I get a little bit more into like understanding the game, I'll have to play a couple games by myself. I will definitely be able to play it and do my homework simultaneously.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was like, let's just all be one like super alliance, and then if anything bad happens, like we can maybe come to your rescue while you're learning systems.
You forget to me because you're on the other side of the world.
Oh, I know. Because the hubby and I spawned like right next to each other. Like my city was here, his city was here. She's on the opposite side of the world. Like she's literally like as far away from us as could possibly spawn. There was an ocean in either direction. An ocean, dang it. You don't unlock ocean travel for a long time. Unless you're playing the Polynesians. They can go into the ocean like whenever they want because they're awesome like that. But
no, I was wrong. Makes sense considering this is my dream.
Well, the nice thing about playing as Rum though is they get automatic roads, which makes travel a lot easier because all roads lead to Rome. So every city that you found on your home continent automatically gets a road because all roads lead to Rome, which makes life a lot easier, especially starting out. But yeah, I kind of wish that Civ 6, like the one feature that they haven't stolen from the Endless games yet, and trust me, they have like this is basically them slowly converging into Endless Legend and Endless Space, which is why they decided to take a break off of creating Endless Legend 2 and make Humankind, which is their Civ game. Because Civ was like veering towards them, and like, we can beat you there. We can get there first. So it's a lot, basically the code base for Endless Legend, but with real world civs on top of it. Because why not? But yeah, the one feature that I want is for all of the playable, like the built-in playable races in there, they actually have a difficulty to play rating. So that you can see, like, if you're a beginner, this is a good one to try. This is an intermediate difficulty one to play with, and this is a hard one to play with, because there really is differences in there between like how hard it is to not die at some of them, because each one has their own handicaps, and some of the handicaps are really big. Like my personal favorite one to play, you get one system. That's it. And if that system is conquered, you lose. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, you only get one planet. That's it. They're a lot of fun to play if you've been playing the game for a really long time and understand how the systems work and how to use that, bend that to your own advantage. And I kind of wish all of these 4X games had that rating, so that you knew, like, oh, this one's like, because they lie and pretend that they're balanced. None of them are balanced. None of these games are balanced. There's no such thing as game balance. Especially, like, anyway. Off my bitchiness. Let us see what y'all were up to. Maggie, is this writing or are you editing again?
Oh, great.
190. 198 words. That's awesome. But I'm just curious, are you writing or editing again? Because if you're writing more, like you've already got like what, 1 million words left to edit, I'm not going to be against you because I got a bunch to edit too. But I'm in that same camp. But we need to like make an editing pack.
Oh,
It's not even been put in the oven yet.
So pretty. That has risen so well.
Gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. I'm so excited. I love. Can we just create like the alternate version of BreadTube that's not about politics but actually about bread? Like, can we do that? Can we make that a thing? Because I would totally be like, let's make challah, y'all. Like, let's do it. Let's get at it because I love that. Aw, hung out with the hubby. That would be wonderful. Mine's at work today. CB coming in as always with an amazing and astounding 562 words. That is so cool. Little did either of us realize that Happy had been dealing under the table with his lucrative little deal. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. I'm just like Happy's double dealing. I'm sorry, you kind of got me off the clumps for a minute there. But that Happy had been dealing under the table, and his lucrative little deal was actually an attempt on my life. Happy, no, Happy.
Never read this.
Oh my goodness. Nikki ate flounder, rice, and green beans. Oh, I love a good flounder. I love a good.
The Little Mermaid is very sad now.
Why?
You ate flounder.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Her sidekick fish is named Flounder.
Yes. Took me a minute. I got there. Okay, that's another overlay that I need to make. Oh, Charlie finally got there.
remember what.
Yeah, it goes in and out.
Sorry, I'm on my laptop. I couldn't move to my desktop, which we now know works a lot better. Because I actually have it plugged in like with a cord to the thing. No.
Hello, hello. How are you doing, Tamara? Hello.
Thank you, mouse.
Just threw the bread I made with.
That's what made me cook the bread in the oven.
I love this. I love this idea of like, let's all get together and make bread. Like this, serious. This needs to be a thing. So what you're saying is only Devin could play the Tugwaddle. Probably. I may have started collecting a bunch of wonderful pictures of Tugwaddles that someone has been contributing to the project, and they're amazing and they're wonderful and I love them. And they literally, when I showed them to the hubby, made him squee like a 6-year-old seeing his favorite toy, which was kind of awesome. So, yay. I do need to go in. Well, one of the things I need to do in the next sprint, or whenever I think about it, is go in and make mods, because this channel has no mods. So anybody who wants to be a mod, say something in the chat.
Oh, I have to say it in the chat.
That way I can fix that easily. You're writing again. Hopefully it's a fun story. You have three trilogies that need their thirds. Ah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Inbred writing. Yes. All the bread. Actually, that would be a really funny, like, I kind of want to make like a warped bread version, baked bread version of each of us, and then like have that be the logo for it. Like, I could totally do that. Like, I'm not saying that I want to do that, but like, if this gets done, I'm sorry.
My rabbit already impersonates a loaf of bread all the time. It just hunkers down and it looks like a soft loaf of bread.
Oh,
yes.
Ooh, smell-o-vision. Yes, we need that for bread.
Oh,
Bread tube.
Or Wonka vision. Just take it right out of the screen and eat it.
Yes.
I have to say, Cantrip Candles makes a bakery candle that smells just like fresh baked bread, but every now and then it's got kind of a cookie smell, like a cooking smell that comes in, because it's actually got layers. So as it burns, like different varieties of bakery smells actually come out of it. They're amazing, they're magical, and I love them. So like, that's not really a substitute for actually smelling what's going on, but if you need to have your house smell like a bakery all the time and you don't feel like baking,
Spence, can I store it now? Has it been in there long enough? Do you think I could take it out, score it, and put it back in?
Probably. It hasn't been long enough.
I have to say, I know how to make quite a few gluten-free breads, and we just got a recipe for a plant-based meat substitute that we're going to try to be making, so we can basically make our own Impossible Burger in the house. And I'm very, very excited about that and see how that works, because hopefully, like, we were looking up the ingredient cost and knowing that like all of the ingredients together, which a lot of it's dried, so it's not, you don't have to worry about it spoiling, but in total it'll make, I think, 10 pounds of meat equivalent.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
So like, pound for pound, when you like price it out, it's actually cheaper than buying even regular beef.
Wow.
So we're really hoping that it works, because I'm not the biggest fan of beef, and we have to be very careful because I'm allergic to a lot of the preservatives that's used in beef production. But I will let you all know how that turns out, because I'm very excited about it. Watching the video of them making it just made me drool, because it looked so good. It just looked so good. And like, I know what everything that went into it tastes like. And when I put those flavors together in my head, I'm like, that would actually taste, that's the flavor. Like, wow, you made ground beef out of plants. Let's try this recipe. So we have to wait for this to arrive. You still haven't tried rating your battle chapter. Ooh. just remember golden rules, which are always there to, which are always there to be broken, but pick just 3 stills in your mind for actions that take place during the combat. Write those out first, seminal moments, and then write the filler between them, and your battle scene should come together easily.
Nice.
It's a great technique because remember, the more action that you include, the harder it is for people to follow. So by really going in on those like salient moments where they're either struggling, like their swords are locked and they're staring intensely into each other's eyes, or, you know, where one person gets knocked back and sees their imminent doom coming towards them, you know, those big pivotal moments, write those out with like all gusto, and then fill in what happens between them so that your audience doesn't get lost. And it works. It works. And there can be more than 3, there can be less than 3, but there should always be an odd number, because that also makes it stick in your mind. If you have an even number of action beats, it will feel boring no matter how well it's written, because your brain likes odd numbers. Your brain likes things to not come in even pairs. So that's actually why telephone numbers are generally odd numbers. The basic telephone numbers, they kind of got messed up now that everybody has to dial an area code, but originally that's why they were set up the way that they are. And why when people give you their phone number, they always include the dial 1 because it makes it back into an odd number again. When you worked in Alzheimer's, you would that's awesome. I miss my bread maker. I don't even know if it's still it stopped working, and I'm doing everything like manually now, which isn't bad. It's fun, but I do miss just throwing everything in there and turning it on. Like, I miss the convenience of it. Let's see if you can find a soy-free, MSG-free, processed yeast-free one. I think this one might fit most of those categories. It depends on what you're saying about the processed yeast, because one of the ingredients is Marmite or nutritional yeast, but there are some workarounds even for that might work. But this one might. It comes close. But yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. Certain counts in wrestling are odd numbers. Yep. Okay, we're going to go right into a sprint because I'm getting a phone call from my family, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
Awesome.
Awesome.
So, do you want to read us any of your fanfic, Megan?
I'm tempted, but also no, because it's not edited yet.
Nice.
I will if you will.
I'll read chapter 1.
Yes, let's we'll do the first chapter. Let's hear yours first and then I'll go.
Okay. So this chapter 1 of my Harry Potter fanfic is called Abduction.
Ooh.
Very eloquent, but yes. Okay. The wind blew autumn leaves into quaint walkways of Godric's Hollow. The air had turned crisp and the fall decorations were visible all along the quiet street. Carved jack-o'-lanterns flickered in the setting sun. The night of Samhain had begun. Or is it Samhain? Sorry. Samhain had begun. When Muggle children went trick-or-treating, the wizarding residents prepared for the night the veil would be thin. Candle lights flickered in their windows, sigils carved into the black wax. Families gathered together to break bread and perform their own family traditions. Many residents of the area were pure-blooded, with ancient practices handed down in the family grimoires kept safe in the vaults of Gringotts. In the home of the Fiddleless Charm-protected family of the Potters, a small festive gathering was happening in secret. The smell of baked pumpkin filled the air along with candied apples. The giggle of their son kept the dark atmosphere at bay. Harry Potter was born a happy child. James and Lily were so proud. Almost as proud as Sirius Black, one of the godfathers to the bouncing baby boy, flying around on his tiny broomstick while stuck to the seat by a sticking charm. Remus, of course, was another of the godfathers, though he would never be seen as such in the eyes of the law with his furry little problem. Peter, while not a godfather, was ever present at the home with his childhood friends. The table was set with small pumpkins, flickering candles, plates of food, and mulled wine made by Lily with the help of Peter. The family of 6 broke bread together and enjoyed each other's company. An empty chair and place setting was laid out for Lily and James's deceased parents, all killed by Voldemort's forces to try and get to them. Their memory was to be honored tonight. After the meal was consumed, they each took turns enticing Harry with bits of mashed potato and other goodies. Of course, Harry would only eat from Sirius's fork. "I'm his favorite. Take that, James. Your own son prefers me," Sirius gloated. "He only likes you because you spoil him rotten. You never force him through a diaper chains or anything unpleasant," James replied, a playful scowl crossing his face. "Of course not. I leave that to the likes of proper parents like you two. I still don't understand why you don't just have a house elf do it. They love to. Trust me." Lily insists it's a good way to bond with him. Makes us spend more time with him and learn responsibility or something. Besides, you know, Dumbledore, the fewer who know about this place, the better. All the house elves were left at the manor. Remus chuckled. "You, responsible. I guess it is working a bit then. You're shaping up to be a proper general. Death Eaters usually think twice once you show up at the fray nowadays." A darkness fell over Lily's face. "Please, let's not talk about the war, just for tonight." "Sorry, Lily," said Remus. "Of course." Once the food was cleared, they each took a fate stone and carved their names into them, Lily writing Harry's for him with her willow wand, and threw them into the fire to be retrieved in the morning and interpreted for the new year. As the evening wore on, one by one they said their goodbyes until it was just the Potters and Peter left. "I'll go put Harry to bed," said Lily, cuddling the drooling boy with drooping eyelids over his stunning green eyes. His hair was plastered to the side of his face from being cuddled to her for the past hour. As she swept up the stairs, Peter quietly drew his wand and stunned James. As James fell, Peter caught him mid-face plant with a levitation spell and placed him on a couch securely, bound hand and foot. Taking no chances, he snapped the mahogany wand in two, the spiderweb designs carved into it splintering. The pieces were still connected by the dragon heart string core, but unusable. A silencing charm on Peter's feet, and he was up the stairs, down the hall, and entering the nursery. Lily was reading from the tales of Beetle the Bard to the gently dozing Harry. A flick of Peter's wand, and she was hit by a red stunner. Only it dissipated around a shield barrier, her necklace glowing from its wards being activated. Her eyes snapped up, terror in them as she looked to see her attacker. "Peter, what?" But Peter had already crossed the room and had his hands around her neck. "He needs him, Lily. I need him." Screaming for James, she threaded her arms between his to break his grasp, but his hand caught her necklace, tearing it from her throat. Her backup defenses now gone, she dove for her wand on the nightstand next to the chair she was wheezing in, but was hit by another stunner before she could aim properly. She slumped, motionless. Peter bound her like her husband and cautiously approached the crib. "Hello, Harry. I'm sorry, but I promised the Dark Lord I would bring you to him. I don't know what your life is going to be like, or if you're even going to have one, but it's you or me." He put a gentle sleeping charm on the 1-year-old and lifted Harry from his crib, the blanket catching on the Quidditch mobile spinning above it. Out the door he walked, across the hall, down the stairs, through the living room, and out the front door he carried his precious cargo. Once outside the wards, they both disappeared with a pop. In the grate of the fire, Harry's fate stone cracked.
Ooh.
The end.
You added some more to it since the last time I had heard the chapter 1, so I like it.
Yay,
I like it. It's definitely riveting.
I tried to add some more like pagan magic for the pureblood families to it, so it's a little different, a little more richly cultured for like old magic, older families, you know. But yeah,
I like it.
Thanks.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn. Let's see. Charlotte Collins was a plain woman. She never cared too much about fashion. She did what was necessary to stay fashionable, but only just. She married a plain man, although he was a man with many faults, but she made do with what life had gifted her. She worked hard to transform her little house into a home, into a sanctuary for herself. She took joy in the minutiae of running a home. Charlotte loved her parlor that Mr. Collins let her use for her own personal use. She loved everything about the home she had created. But every night when partaking in her wifely duties, she imagined being anywhere else. Mr. Collins' clammy skin against hers felt like being straddled by a fish. Mercifully, it was over quickly, but she had yet to provide Mr. Collins with any air, so the fish straddling commenced nearly nightly. Charlotte woke up early, like she did every morning. She appreciated the early morning hours for herself. They were quiet, and she spent many of her mornings working on an embroidery project before the needs of the house called her to action. This morning in particular, Charlotte made herself a hot cup of tea and sat down with her latest embroidery project. She pulled the needle through, creating little flowers on the fabric. She let herself get absorbed in the work. The light in the room brightened, and Charlotte squinted less at the fabric between her fingers. Light filled the room as she continued to embroider more flowers, and Charlotte knew it was time to put the fabric away and start her day. She began making breakfast for her husband, who woke up right around the time Charlotte was ready to put the food on the table. They sat, and her husband talked about the day he was going to have and the sermon he was preparing for that weekend. Charlotte listened just enough to respond to his questions and comments, but her mind was elsewhere. After breakfast, Charlotte went out into her garden to weed the vegetables. They had a nice little plot filled with string beans, cabbages, and other vegetables. Charlotte enjoyed spending her time on something so productive and with such delicious results. The earth was pungent today, still moist from the last rainstorm. Charlotte found it easy to grab onto the roots of the weeds and pull them out, but she was quite covered with mud by the time she was done. She looked up from her work to see the gardener, Clay Tarvin, snipping leaves off the topiary. Clay was a handsome man in his early 30s. He had thick black hair that was often slicked back with sweat from being out in the sun all day. He had a way of laughing that lit up his face. He kept his sleeves rolled up, and his forearms were toned from lifting bags of manure and raking and hoeing up the earth. Clay noticed Charlotte looking at him, and he waved at her. Charlotte waved, turned red, and brushed the dirt clods off her dress. She gathered up the torn weeds and put them in the compost and walked away from Clay's direction. Charlotte had noticed Clay the first day she moved in with Mr. Collins. It was impossible not to notice him with his dark eyes and infectious grin. He stood a full head taller than her husband, but she had stayed away, saying only what was necessary to be polite. And that's where it ends for the next chapter.
Straddling a fish, that's so gross. So
I know.
gross. Oh, no. I'd rather be single.
Exactly, yeah. So you can see why she's looking at Mr. Tarvin, the handsome gardener that she's kind of fallen in love with.
Yeah. Welcome
I never
back.
want to hear naughty time described that way ever again. Oh my. I hate this year.
Aw.
It's official. All right. So, okay, I did get to hear Laura's story and Megan's story, and I have to say, inspirational. I likes.
Yay.
I just wanted to come back and say hi. Everything is kind of okay. I am going to start a 20-minute timer because I don't know that I am in a fit state to talk at the moment because I have a lot of things going on inside my head. I just wanted to let you know, since I had to run off real quick, we're fine. Everything's fine.
That's good.
Like, could be a lot better, but it's fine. Like, I didn't want people to, given the last year and change that we've had, like, I felt like clarification needed to come in and be like, we're okay. We're okay. But yeah, y'all can do as, carry on. But I'm good to go back to making really obnoxious music for 20 minutes. So I'm going to be doing that.
Beautiful canary song music. Come on. Oracle card. It's canary
Makes you
song.
happy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is true. This is really I'm so glad I decided to do this though, because it's very calming, and now we'll see once I actually try to put a beat underneath it if it's still going to be calming then, because right now I'm pretty much just transcribing notes into a MIDI generator. But yeah, we'll see how long the calming stays once the beat comes in. But yeah, let's have some fun. Enjoy yourselves. Do whatever you will.
Magic.
I will be back in 20 minutes.
Nice.
So I think during that, when you guys are reading your stuff, I actually was like, hey, because I still had one slot left. Because this is actually a teacher's planner, so it's got like the different courses. So I was like, I still have the seventh one on here. I'm like, what am I going to do with it? And then I was like, I haven't been putting my streams in this.
That would help.
Yeah, and I'm going to try and stream Monday through Friday on my Twitch, like every day.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it Saturday and Sunday unless it's like a pop-up.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are the days that I generally work anyway. But so I'm gonna try and do 8 a.m. streams some of those days, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays would be they'd end. It'd be like a small game. Like I did Cake Mania the other week, so I'm gonna play through Cake Mania for like an hour and something minutes. On Tuesdays, because Heather has her streams gonna be happening on Tuesdays. So it'll be between my class and Heather's stream. So it'll be like a quick, hey, let's take a break type thing. And then on Thursdays, because I believe Heather is not streaming on Thursdays anymore. So I'm gonna
That's
alternate.
what she told me.
Yeah, that's what she told Charlie. So I'm gonna alternate. I'm gonna start at 7 on those days, and then one week it'll be writing, and then the next week it'll be gaming for like 3 hours. So I'm just gonna alternate it. So like next week is my birthday on Thursday.
Ooh.
So
Happy early birthday.
Yay!
we're going to be playing Monster Prom for sure. That is happening next Thursday. It's happening.
You date those monsters.
Yeah, date those monsters, cock block each other. It's gonna be great. Because that's an option. There is if one person ends up with points towards one person, you can cock block them. So you can both go after the same person. So one of you will lose. For sure. That's like one of the few ways that everyone, for sure someone will lose. Because everyone can go after a different person. And then technically all 4 could win. So that's going to be happening next Thursday, by the way. I don't know if there will be any other games.
My Monday stream is going to be 3 hours because it's the day that the anthology comes out that my first ever story being published is in.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yes, to Mama. Monster Prom is a multiplayer. So you can actually have all 4 people be using one computer, or you can do it through the interwebs. So Charlie now has a copy of the game. Lori has a copy of the game. I have a copy of the game. But you can only have 4 people playing. And then Caitlin has a copy. So, but yeah, it's a multiplayer dating simulator.
Interesting.
Yeah. Normally they're one player.
I think the only dating game I've seen is the KFC one.
Also, it's a crap game, by the way. I own it.
Oh, you do?
I'm disturbed to say I own it. Like, I'm bothered that I own it. But me and my roommates were just like, we're too curious not to. So we got it. And we're just like, are you kidding me? This is the ending we got? Really? What the hell?
Okay, the movie I am most ashamed that I own, Dragon Ball Evolution. So bad.
I don't know what. So, Nat, this roommate. So if I point this way, it's Nat. If I point that way, it's Caitlin, aka Peanut Gallery. By the way, if I point towards right, because that's the direction of their rooms. Nat really likes Dragon Ball, and she's just like, the art style was great, but the story was for one of the movies, and I'm just like, okay, all right.
Like, okay, I love anime, but like I've even written some fan fiction for an anime, but 2 animes, but that's besides the point. So I love some of the live action anime movies. The only ones that I really enjoy are the Rurouni Kenshin. The sword play in those movies are amazing. It was made by Warner Brothers Japan. It's Japanese people playing Japanese people and just doing epic sword battles, and so good, so good. So I love those ones. And I also love Death Note, the when did it come out? Not the Netflix one, but the other live action ones. The CG in it looks like it's from a video game, but the acting is good. And the guy who plays one of the bad guys in Death Note plays the bad guy in one of the Rurouni Kenshin movies, so he's in both. It's like double duty bad guy, and he does maniacal laughters in both. Bread!
It's frozen. Frozen bread. I want more bread content.
CB, the movie I'm most ashamed to admit I own, Mario Brothers, 1993. It was awful. The villain looked like the president who must not be named. I've seen a review of that movie. I have not actually watched it. But yeah, good old Mario Brothers.
I haven't seen it either. I guess I shouldn't see it since it was awful. The one movie that I hated more than any other movie I've ever watched is oh gosh, what was it called? The Thief Lord. That was the worst book to movie adaptation I've ever. Ooh, bread.
Sorry, I was trying to say it's like twice the size of the pan.
It's so beautiful.
You guys are seeing the flat side.
I just want to squish it.
It's like,
okay, Spence told me if I knock on it, it should be hollow, right? For it to be done?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, it has a very dull, hollow kind of thud to it when you tap on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty hollow.
Then I'm going to take the parchment paper out.
Yeah, the bread was so epic it killed your internet cat.
Here, now we can all see the magnificence of the bread.
Ooh, magnificent!
I want a slice so bad.
I'm not jealous.
Oh, I'm totally jealous.
I could probably split that into 2 loaves on all of that recipe. In my pan.
But now you have more of a squishy, centery middle part.
Yeah.
It's bigger.
Which is a wonderful thing to have.
Very wonderful.
Mhm.
See, what other terrible things do I own?
I have a clue not. I said I have a clue not of what you have.
I have so many movies. So many.
I have like only just a handful of movies because I only keep my favorites that I'd be willing to watch over again because I don't really like to watch things twice.
Ah.
I'm very particular about that. I only watch like a few movies twice. So if I'm willing to watch it again, then I'll own it. Like Ratatouille, I've seen that probably like 100 times.
That was also Incredibles.
I've
What?
seen.
We watched Incredibles over and over and over again when it first came out.
So the Grease and Grease 2, I've seen probably over 1,000 times.
Wow.
Like I'm pretty sure I ran a VCR tape dead
That's impressive.
from watching it so many times.
Okay, our VCR player started eating the soundtracks of the VHSs that we would play. And so we put in Star Trek, the second one. Crap, what is Wrath of Khan. So we put it in, I think it's Wrath of Khan, the one where Spock dies. And so it's this big climactic scene at the end where like the radiation is killing Spock and him and Kirk are on the other side of the glass and they're like, no. But the sound was eaten and so it sounded like they were farting all the time in this climactic scene of tears. And it's just flatulence everywhere. I can't take this movie seriously anymore.
Dang.
It was so fun. Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Hey, if anybody has any suggestions or types of pages they would like in a planner, please let me know. So I have ideas of pages to make for planners. I have a couple ideas, but
One thing I've been looking up lately is fitness trackers for planners because I need to work on my fitness. I signed up for a 10K in April.
Ooh, that's a big run.
Yeah, it's a Star Wars virtual run.
Oh, that'll be
I
fun.
think the medal is Princess Leia themed.
Mm.
It's a Run Disney, so normally we would be running through the Disney World parks, but because of craziness, we can't do it. So I'm just gonna be running around Toronto dressed as Star Wars. I have a Grand Admiral Thrawn costume that I've cumbered together with my ranking plaque, and I have data cylinders that I need to somehow attach to my shirt. Like, I have the official. What?
To go with, are you going to make an Isolaneri to go with the Grand Admiral Thrawn?
No, I don't have the stuff.
Ah! I understand though.
And I don't think I'm going to paint my face blue for it either, because I would just sweat it all off. But yeah, I have the belts for Imperial officers.
Tamama has some good ideas for sleep tracking and self-care for planner ideas.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What do I have in here? I have stuff to write down quarterly goals.
yeah, so in case nobody knew or doesn't know this already, I'm now making and selling planners.
Sweet.
And so what I've made so far is the first quarter of 2021 is actually dated. Which is why it's taking me forever because I have to like make all the dates. Quarter 2 is almost done. I just have to double check it, I believe, and make the 2 versions because I have a pink and a teal version of them. So I have to finish those. That's my goal, to have those finished and uploaded next week. Because it's like a you buy it and download it and print it yourself planner. But I want to also make other pages, and then people can like create the planners as they want them. Because that's how I like planners.
Yeah.
And I'm a nerd about planners, if you didn't notice. So I'm trying to come up with more like page ideas. Like I have the quarter ones have like 4 goal pages at the beginning, and then at the end of it, it has 4 goal review pages that I made. And I also want to do. I'm thinking about possibly doing like a goal set on there that's just like, these are your yearly goals, these are your quarterly goals or whatever type of thing, like monthly goals, and like have a whole thing of those. And then like I want to do a TBR one. And then somebody asked me about a budget planner, so I actually have to look those ones up actually to see what other ones are like, and I'm like, I don't like these parts. Goodbye.
I just have a simple spread where I just track paying off debt.
Yeah, and I also have the monthly spread, so I have the calendar, and then this is the direction it would be on for you, what you're seeing. So this side for you guys would be like the maybe it's this side. No, this side. Sorry, I'm like, what direction am I? Would be like the calendar, and then there's a month overview where you can like put your bills and stuff on there. So I'm slowly building things. Oh, nano pages. That's
Yes. And book tracking pages. I was going to suggest book tracking.
Like, I have this whole page of tracking how many chapters I need to do still, and like what needs to be brainstormed still.
I've turned this into a moment of Kat is getting assistance here.
Sven says, "Go check your bread."
I already got it out, and I knocked on it.
And she knocked on it.
I could
Nikki
smell
wants
it.
a poem topic. I wrote a horror poem about a tea kettle that screams with the voices of the dead. That one was fun.
I love this, but it's like, go check the bread. Like, I just got it. Knocking on bread. Sounds like it'd be more good than knocking on wood, in all honesty.
Isn't it knock on wood, no good, touch iron, something?
Oh, all I know is the knock on wood thing.
Yeah, all I know is knock on wood.
Yeah. I want that tea kettle, even though it would freak me out. So it's a tea kettle that was used by an old lady to kill off people with arsenic. Ooh. And so the voices of the people that were killed by the tea are in this tea kettle. And so when it comes to a boil, it starts screaming in their voices, like, "You poisoned the tea!" And this poor starving artist who has this tea kettle is like, "What the heck?"
Understandably.
Yeah, so I wrote that poem. I wrote a poem about a knocking sound in a town, a small town. And the knocking sound is coming from a cemetery, from a grave. So somebody down in the buried is knocking on their coffin. And so they exhume it, and it's like they come back alive, and they pull the judge in and take him down to hell. So that was fun.
That just reminds me of how they used to have little bells in the graveyards to, in case someone woke up and they weren't actually dead, they'd tie it to their toe or something and attach it to a bell. And if they moved, the bell would go off so that they could unbury the person before they actually died of like suffocation or whatever. That was back in the days when people would like drink off of lead plates, and like get themselves knocked out so cold that they appeared dead.
Yeah. That's so crazy.
I wouldn't even know where to start with like practice planner for instruments. I'm not gonna lie. Like practice pages. That's no clue where I would start with that. I can guess where I can start with the other trackers. I'm going to be honest. That would require quite a bit of research on my part.
You could do like just a tracker like, did you practice on this day? Kind of like a habit tracker.
Yeah.
Or you could do like log in how much time and just like make the bar rise for how much time you've practiced during the week or whatever. There's a few different things you could do. Or you can make it like, instead of a mood tracker, it's a practice tracker and you have different notes that you can color in.
That's a good idea.
So, because I want to, like, in 2 weeks, like, I'm just putting down a bunch of things I want to look up. And then, like, I will further expand on those things, like, one a week to, like, a couple, or one for 2 weeks to, like, actually create them and develop them. I might need people to look at things and be like, does this make sense for what you want it for? Or like you'd use this for? Be like, no, not at all. Okay, back to the drawing board. Thanks.
Welcome back, Charlie.
I almost finished the first of the vocal lines.
Woo.
Transcribed over. So yay. And Jules is now a moderator over here. As I saw Jules come into chat, I'm trying to like find people. I forgot to do it like during the first stream because we just kind of went at it on this channel. I forgot to make anybody moderators. So that was the thing what I forgot to do. And I just saw, where are you? Tessa, come in. You get a wrench. And you get a wrench. And you get a wrench. Just throwing them wrenches around like crazy today. Just whee!
Smack people upside the head.
Yay, I have a wrench now. I watched it turn to a wrench.
Oh man, I have to say I have an idea of how I want this track to actually play out in my head, because like this is how I know that this is the song that needed to come out next, because every time I listen to the first track, the remix I did of He Is, I got a version of this song start playing in my head like immediately afterwards. So that's why like this one has to be the the next one that I do. It's just doing the changes that I want to do to it and still have it recognizable as the original song. Like, because that's the thing, is like making it recognizable still. So we will see. We will see. But I'm excited. I'm having fun.
You probably know the answer. How does the saying go? Knock on wood, no good. Touch iron.
Oh my goodness. I remember I've heard that. It's just not. I think I'm a little.
Google probably knows.
Yeah, I'm a touch too brain damaged to work my way through that today. Like in the middle of the night, I'm gonna jump. Well, I can't jump up anymore because weighted blanket. But I'm gonna like sit there and go, blah, 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 blah. Why the hell did I want to know that? Oh well. But That's just how my brain works. That was probably my favorite moment to just listen to, because, oh wow, my TV got a new screensaver of starfish. Like a whole army of starfish on the bottom of the ocean. That's really pretty. But yeah, I can't wait till you try your own homemade bread. Have you ever made bread before, or is this literally the first?
Never mixed it and everything. Like I've done they made the dough and I thawed it and rose it and put it in the oven. That's all I've done before. So
I love making bread. It's one of.
I actually really
my
enjoyed
great
it.
joys.
I think. In my parchment paper, because I hadn't cleaned the counter, so I was using parchment paper to knead the dough on. Don't recommend. Unless you can hold.
It's so colorful, Charlie. You're like a painting.
Oh.
Different colors going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided to be all fancy with my lighting because I splurged, and it technically, if I ever, well, I do make money off the podcast, so it's technically a business expense to get the lightings for the office. So I splurged and got 2 colored lights.
Nice.
And now I can do different things. This is because of the branding of this channel being, excuse me, the branding for the podcast. It took forever to get the light over there to be the actual blue that's behind that's you can see in the wallpaper behind us. But it actually does make the wall that color blue, and it looked weird just having it blue all the way across. So I've got this is kind of reddish purple over here, and it makes for a really, I don't know, it makes me happy. And right now, as I've said so many times before, this is the year where I'm just going to try to find things that make me happy. It's getting harder and harder to do, but I'm going to find them. Gosh darn it. So Tess is creating folders to store papers that is threatening to bury you. I know that feeling. What the hell just happened? Is it?
Oh, Spence said that she already caved already and cut the bread. Because she told me I needed to wait until it was cool.
Yes. Yes, you're supposed to wait till it's cool.
Though with how cold my house is, my might already be cold. So if you excuse me.
Because you got to let the structure actually
I'll just take it.
I don't know what the word is because my brain. That's why I'm not writing today. Don't grumble at me, dog. I'll grumble right back. And then it would be a fun internet.
Oh, it's still warm, that's for sure. What?
Devin is here.
Spence. There's the bread.
Look at that beautiful bread.
That is so pretty.
I might have to go get some bread and oil and vinegar and on the next break and eat that.
That would not be a bad thing. That would
Sounds
definitely
delicious. It's making me hungry for bread.
Spence says, do as I say, not as I do. Let the crumbs set, lol.
Not gonna happen.
She's armed and she's got bread.
Devin's here. Hello, Devin.
Before anybody freaks out, this is Dream Beats that I turned on in the background. They swears that they're not going to come at you, but I wanted some nice lo-fi in the background, so I put it on. So if they come after me, they're liars. They're dirty, dirty liars.
It looks so beautiful.
So, and it's bouncing back correctly. I'm gonna go grab some butter.
Eat it.
It actually looks. So, which particular style of bread is this?
Ask Spence.
Spence?
What kind of bread?
What particular type of bread is this?
Well, it's hard to judge when you're looking at it because each kind of bread is supposed to have a different kind of crumble on the inside. So when you're looking at the crumb, you don't know, without knowing the kind of bread, because it looks like a milk bread to me.
Yeah, it has milk in it.
So it looks.
You have approval from Spence. Says it looks good.
If that's what the crumb is supposed to, if it's milk bread, then yes, that is what I would expect the crumb to look like. And wow, I've made and consumed way too much bread. If I can just look at the crumb and be like, that looks like a milk bread.
Mama says that bread looks like you can shove your face in it and it will be amazing.
She read my mind.
Agreed.
This is why you have a pet rabbit. You can just stick your face in it. Just softness.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, the crumb. So how is it? Okay, we're just gonna zoom in here. Let me turn the lo-fi up so that we have.
Nice.
Because this is what we need right now. Just some buttered bread, some nice beats in the background.
It's a mood.
Now I want to go make bread. Actually, there's a Japanese milk bread that I really haven't made in a long time that I kind of want to make. So that might be my tomorrow project because it takes a while. Anybody?
The outside has such a nice little crunch to it.
I heard that. Yeah.
I heard the crunch.
So I'm serious, like best stream ever. Just there you go. Enjoy the bread, everyone. Welcome to the real bread tube.
Ooh.
Where we sit back and we just look at the pretty bread. All the bread. Bread is love.
Bread is nice.
Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry.
I don't remember bread makers. So I had to use a regular one.
Ooh. That could be fun. Yeah, I make a lot of different kinds of bread. I used to, and I want to get back in the Hobbit. Oh God. Tolkien, leave me alone. Okay. Ooh.
Of all the authors to be possessed by, not bad.
Gender swapped Lord of the Rings. Let's have Awen and Arwen save the day, huh? Return of the Queen, bitches. Anyway, this might have to be a thing. Okay, but yeah, I used to make a challah. I was in the habit of making a challah every Friday, so we'd have it for the weekend. And I got out of that habit when we moved here because reasons. Maybe I should get back in the habit of doing that. I miss having fresh baked bread in the house all the time.
Have you ever made creme brulee French toast?
No, but that sounds delicious.
It's our Christmas tradition.
Ooh.
You make this caramel mixture in the bottom of a big old pan, and then you take sheepherder's bread and you stuff it all on top, and then you pour like a sweetened condensed milk kind of mixture on top, and you let it sit overnight so it soaks in all the sugar and the goodness. And then after you do your stockings in the morning, you take it out and you preheat the oven while you do your presents, and then you shove it in the oven, and then you flip it upside down so the caramel all runs down in it. And, eat it with peaches and whipped cream, and it's so good.
Sounds like a lot of work, but sounds delicious.
See, a lot of that they aren't really a lot of work. They're just remembering to do the thing the night before and leave it alone. You know, it's kind of like the 24-hour brisket that we do. It sounds like a lot of work because it's a 24-hour brisket. It's like you spend 5 minutes doing a thing, let it do another thing for 4 hours, then you take it out of the oven and let it sit, and you do something else for an hour, and then you come back and you put it in the fridge. Then the next day at dinner time, you pull it out, put it in the pan that you're going to bake it in, make sure it's got all the, you slice it, put all the sauce on it, you put it back in the oven for 45 minutes. Sounds like a lot of work, but it's literally like less than most meals to make. It's so good. So Mr. Spence really wants a gender flipped Lord of the Rings. The biggest issue with that is we don't really, other than Sam's future wife, I cannot think of the name of a female hobbit. If we're going to flip it so that it's giving Eowyn and Arwen the starring role that they really should have had.
There's Mrs. Sackville-Backens.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? There aren't that many. I mean, granted, we could always make, Frodo into Frodorina or something just for the heck of it, but
Frida?
they gender neutral.
Frida.
Yeah.
I like
There
it.
you go.
So this is a really thick slice of bread because I don't have a bread knife, so it's not actually going to cut correctly right now.
I will say, if you do have a steak knife or any kind of serrated knife, you can use that in
No, I have a bread knife. I just can't seem to find it in my kitchen right now.
It's a sign. You need thicker bread.
It's the universe just telling you, have the thick bread. It's fine. I'm good with it. I just want thick bread now. Ooh, I was just thinking. So if I'm going to do that, that should actually start with a retelling of the Hobbits, of the Hobbit first, shouldn't it? Or should I just do the Lord of the Rings? I'm not going to go all the way back to the Silmarillion because that's way too much work. It's a big book. It's a big book. Not going that far back.
I think you have to start with the Hobbits almost.
You'd have to start with the Hobbit. So, it's not going to be Bimbo Baggins. I'm just going to let you know the porn industry has already taken that name, and that would probably be copyright infringement of the highest order. But definitely not that. Though it's not a fan fiction project, it's just something I always wanted to do. And now that Gatsby is out of copyright, I really want to do a version of Gatsby where Gatsby's a vampire.
You should. It should be your next Fanfiction Friday project.
Yeah, I really want to do that because, Gatsby. Oh, I love that book and I hate that character. So I think that would be fun. Ooh, yes. My mother used to do that. And yes, all the yes. It's really, really good. We also used to make the batter for donuts and then treat it as if it were French toast. So you dip it in the egg and fry them up on the griddle. That can make for some magic too. Just saying.
Ooh, I love my easy bake oven.
I did too as a kid.
My
mom hated it, but I loved it.
I had to play with a friends because we pointlessly gender everything. But I loved it. And I was so happy when I got my niece one for absolutely no reason. There were no ulterior motives. She liked playing with it. I loved playing with it with her. It was fine. It was fine. You know what? It might. I will actually have to go back and look because that's the thing is he doesn't actually. The Silmarillion actually has many more female characters than the Lord of the Rings proper does, but
If I have to wake up early every day just to eat this bread, I would.
yeah. Bread.
So I took a selfie with this slice of bread, by the way, and sent it to my father.
How much? For 7 packs, it's a holy.
My goodness.
Wow. Donuts are one of the next things that you want to learn how to make. That was one of the first things I ever learned how to make because I love donuts. And when I was a kid, donut shops were few and far between. Like donuts were literally a thing that you got at fairs. Like, because there weren't even a lot of Dunkins and stuff around.
Oh, wow.
So Mom found a recipe book that had donuts in it. And so, like sometimes like around once a month or so, we would make donuts and make donut holes because you got to do something with the rest of the dough. And happy memories. And all the failed experiments for making glaze, they were all good, but I was a child and sugar's yummy.
This one didn't work out. I gotta try again. Make another batch.
A different one. Don't worry, this one won't go to waste.
The cinnamon sugar one, it was all right, but I think I gotta try the powdered sugar type now this time.
And then when we got into glazes, just saying, like it was hard work. It was hard, difficult work, but I was willing to put myself on the line to get the glaze just right. Because,
I used to
that I'm willing to pay.
I used to live just a couple blocks from this donut shop that every February has like the best strawberry donuts, fresh strawberry donuts, and oh, it's heavenly. I used to go down there for my birthday and get a donut.
So we didn't make donuts, but we made a lot of cinnamon rolls. And so you have to cut the ends off because they're not even. And so I would eat the raw ends of the. That's what I would eat, 2 raw cinnamon rolls every time. Oh, so good. You get yeast burps after, but it was so worth it. Just cinnamon roll though.
You were just into probiotics before the rest of us were. Like you just knew that you needed to like have a healthy GI tract. And now I'm going to turn you down because you're an ad. Nobody needs to hear your Taco Bell ad right now.
I also needed happy taste buds. So win-win.
Alrighty, I want to go back to doing my thingy. So if anybody wants to join me in a sprint, you may. Or if you want to keep your chitty chatting, you may. Like I said, if I didn't think that I might get demented over this, I would just not mute. But because I know Megan and Kat got to hear me sitting in the background going like, I'm sorry, but I'm not stopping. As I was building the loops in the background. But I am going to get back into doing that. I'm going to set a... Wait a minute. It's always that scary thing when you pick up your phone and see breaking news on there. Breaking news, President blah, 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 permanently banned from Twitter.
Oh, good. Finally, it took Twitter long enough. It's been the whole day. They've had plenty of time.
Permanently banned. That's at least something. It's not what we need, but it's part. Actually, you know what? Let's be honest. That probably will hurt him more than being impeached and thrown out of office.
Mm-hmm.
This cuts off his communication.
Yep.
With the masses.
Like that inability to feed the ego will probably, like, I still want him impeached and thrown out of office so he can never run again.
Mm-hmm.
But this probably hurt him personally more than that would. And that says something.
I bet he's fuming right now.
Oh, yeah.
So excited for it.
I can't wait for the announcement that he's now on. Is he going to pick Parler or Gab? What cesspool are you going to now, sir? Hops over to Twitter. Yeah, I kind of felt that too when I saw that. Let's see. Why was this not done the day? Yeah. See, I don't disagree. In a way, because I don't know.
Thank you, Twitter is trending on Twitter.
It's at least something, and hopefully there will be a lot more good news. Yeah, probably Parler. Which, by the way, I just have to say, there's a sitting U.S. congressman who was planning an insurrection on the 20th on Parler the other day who needs to be arrested by the Secret Service and the FBI. He literally posted on his account on Parler that people need to grab their guns and come to the Capitol on the 20th. He should be in chains right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. This isn't a game, people. Yeah, hopefully. Yep. Oh, Devin's here. Quickly run over. Do Do the thing. Devin, thou hast been wrenchified.
Have I been wrenchified yet?
Yes, you should have been.
Let me see.
You should have a wrench.
Nope, I still. Oh, yes, I do have a wrench. Ha ha ha.
You have to say you should have one.
It wasn't showing up for a second there, and then it popped up.
MySpace is tricky. Oh,
Excuse me while I try and log into my MySpace.
oh, I know. I was just thinking about like, can I still log into my MySpace? Like, I haven't even thought about MySpace in forever.
I have a MySpace still.
Oh my goodness.
I don't use it, but I have it.
Email attached to it.
Oh yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Like, hopefully, when I installed my password tracker, the first thing it did was ransack the computer to find any password cookies that had been put in there, and if it didn't pick up that, I have no idea, because I was using a different email account that I don't have access to back in the day. Back way back then. I remember having to pick who's in your top friends. And people getting all snippy if they didn't make the list.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, my MySpace stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it has a different email account that I don't have access to anymore.
I wasn't allowed to use MySpace.
I wasn't either, but I still had one.
MySpace is where I learned that the two of the members of Gene Loved Jezebel had bought my book and loved it because they contacted me, and I was like, bullshit, there's no way you're actually them. And they were like, check the official site. And went to the official site, and the homepage had a picture of them holding their copies of my book up.
Oh, wow.
Look, that is some weird flex.
It's like, oh, okay.
I believe you.
That really is you. And I was like, so now I don't know what to do, because like one of my favorite childhood bands just said something nice to me. It's time for my mind to implode now. Bye. Because as bad as I am at taking compliments now, I used to be so much worse. Like, so much. I've actually improved. If you think I'm bad now, I'm not the only one. Yes, it was weird. MySpace was all kinds of weird. Doesn't Justin Timberlake, or was it Justin Timberlake? One of the NSYNC
Yeah, I think Justin Timberlake's the one who owns it.
Yeah, I think it's Justin Timberlake.
He turned it into a music thing.
I just like all the comments about how the Tom from MySpace just went off and did his own thing, and he didn't try to take over, the United States with his business.
His army of friends.
Yeah. Now he has his photography business, and he does photography. Completely different from what he was doing before.
I wonder how many of us are doing the things that we were doing back when MySpace first happened. Because I was doing web design. And then I was doing music for a little bit. But yeah, I was doing
Web
freelance.
design was my internship. My first internship.
Sorry, I'm having like weird flashbacks of like the nightmares of having to hand code HTML. Because
Yeah.
wigs.
I have no clue what my MySpace stuff is. Because what I have saved on here, it doesn't work.
Just all the hand coding. And then CSS happened, and like there weren't enough goats and small children to sacrifice to make that black magic work. The original run of CSS was terrible. It's still not good. Like, you still need to kill at least three children and maybe a couple adults just to make it work. Like, you have to appease them dark gods, because CSS was invented by Nyarlathotep, the great crawling chaos, at the behest of his master to destroy us all. because there's no reason why it doesn't work. There's no reason why the code doesn't work, because you can just take the same code that didn't work and just move it somewhere else and it suddenly works. And it's not because of a nesting problem or anything like that. It's just it decided to ignore it and then decided not to ignore it. Sometimes it'll just spontaneously start working and then go, nah. Dark arts, man. Dark arts. Anywho, I'm going to start a 20-minute timer for anybody who wants to join me. And yeah, have the fun. Because I doubt I'm going to get this finished tonight, but who knows?
I don't remember. I got so excited about bread, I forgot what I was doing in my planner.
You're making a bread planner. That's what you're doing.
I mean, oh, but I could record a video doing for since I couldn't do the medium. Gets pissed off.
So I've been doing brainstorming of trying to come up with what on earth to write for the unnatural thing for Orla Hart's anthology.
Oh gosh, isn't that due in like 2 weeks?
Yes, it is, and I've already had to throw away one story because it just didn't work. So
I'm trying to figure out if I want to go body horror, possession, aliens. What do I want to go with for unnatural? Because aliens and possessions can lead you to having crazy visions where you could like see the true state of the world in flashes, or you could have like nightmares while you're still awake if you're possessed. Or you could be having flashes of past lives or alternate timelines if it's aliens. Like there's crazy things, or you could be possessed by an angel and feel like burning from the inside and transform, be able to see sins and have runes carved on your bones and then die because it's an angel and you can't handle that.
I vote possession.
Possession?
I like body horror.
Those can go hand in hand.
Yes, they can.
The weird contorting things with the rotting, and there's a lot of things you can do.
Walking downstairs on crazy like.
Like head to move. Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen.
I'll be back.
Oh, my cup's empty.
Fix it.
I need to. Before I start doing something. I don't have a slice cut, so I'm going to show you where.
Hey, it's Wavy. We are writing our fan fictions and stuff right now. We will all be back at 27 minutes.
I didn't even realize I left this on. Like, unmute.
I just found a part in my story where I was thinking about adding something to the story, but didn't. But then I started talking about the things that I was going to add. And so now I have to figure out where to add the thing to the story.
Yeah.
It's confusing. Unless I somehow missed it. Oh, I did miss it. So good. I did talk about it. So I don't have to try to figure out how to include it. Good.
Oh, I also need to.
Beepity beep. Beepity beep. So, I've got another one of the vocal lines transcribed over and got it sounding the way I want. I just need one more music loop made, and then I can start arranging it into a rough cut and figure a beat out. The beat is going to be the fun part.
Hooray!
Hooray! But it's slowly coming together, and I think I'm seeing how I'm wanting the parts to interact with each other and all that fun stuff. So, what did y'all do?
Well, I got stuck with my Mrs. Collins story, but so I went back to Killing Mr. Wickham, and I'm editing that to make it better so that I can share that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Oops, that's not the one that I meant to click on, but hey, it's a good one. 70 words added. Almost done editing this chapter. Yay! That's the one I thought I was clicking on. I'm back. Hopefully, I have a winning lottery ticket. That would be lovely. Like for any of us. Like we need some good news, please. We need some good news. Now back to editing. I have to finish editing the first 3.5 minutes of the video thus far. Yeah. My favorite thing about editing is watching the videos shrink as I edit them, because it makes me feel like in a way that it doesn't when I'm doing editing on like a story, because watching the time as they're converging, like I'm here and the end is also moving towards me, and soon we're gonna meet, and we're there. It makes me so
Convergence.
I don't know, unrealistically happy. And I will say, for anybody who is at the podcast recording on Monday, the audio version of the podcast, because I don't have the rights, I read through my contract very carefully, and I don't have the rights to use the music for video, but I do for the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
With the music tracks underneath them, like it
Must go listen to that then.
it's especially like for some of the stories that they tell. Like there's one moment where Glory's giving one of her glorious sermonettes that she gave during that, and it just, the music to me just chef's kiss. Like it made me so happy putting that together. Like I was so thrilled. Let's see, found my planner. Maybe I'm get hungry. Found my planner and some pages to add. Yay! I feel like I'm so like out of the loop, because every time I've tried to do planners, like they have failed in a way ish.
Yeah, I don't do planners either.
I have this is along with that thing I call an outline. This is that thing what I call a planner, which is just my big book of lists. Because the surest way to get me not to finish something on time is for me to self-impose a deadline, which is weird because I've actually tried having the hubby put deadlines on me, because like if it's an external deadline, I don't actually have a problem hitting it. It's like when I tell myself I'm going to have this done by this time, like my brain's like, we'll see about that. Sure you will. Oh, that's so cute. But like so I'm amazed that I've been able to keep a streaming schedule as well as I have this over, since when did I start streaming? In July? Because that wow, my brain hasn't found a way out of it yet. Yay.
But do you enjoy it? and the structure of it.
Yep, I do. And that's hang right there.
Maybe is white out, darn it.
No one outside the room except Aiden is to know. Adeline? Oh, yeah, Adeline insisted. I will not have my heir put at risk. And he grabbed, and he gasped as she stared at the queen. What? See, your stories are interesting. CB. CB, 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 CB. 600. That is amazing. All the snaps for
Welcome to
you.
the maze.
Like, that's just, wow.
What is that? I'm in here with food and good news. Are you guys live?
Yes. I can mute. We know. We know.
I brought McDicks.
I just would say this is what it feels like to be rated in real
Or
life.
as it's better known around here, McRichards.
Yeah, we call him McRichards. By the way.
All right, fuck. Which one's mine? Which one's yours?
That's T.
You're
Yes.
rated.
Because I've been asleep all day.
I've never used a Clever Fox planner. Why are you having to Oh, because you have to move stuff from one place to the other. It keeps making you like rewrite stuff over and over again.
So the Clever, which edition of the Clever Fox Planner do you have? Is the question.
Don't mind me.
Because that just kind of boggles my mind that like I have a hard enough time putting things in my planner once, let alone having to keep shuffling it around. Like,
I forgot my stuff.
Did I cut a straw?
No, you have not.
yes, CB, word goddess. Yes. Ooh. We have an update. Jules has doubled, more than doubled. More than doubled?
Yes.
Yes, more than doubled. That's awesome.
All right, now that I brought food and can say hi, I'm gonna go ahead and leave because my hair looks like shit right now, and I haven't eaten anything. So I just like some bread cat.
Have you seen this bird's nest up here? I want to hear it. Bye.
Don't you love that I had to take a drink of my beverage and then like it's Dr. Pepper. She has tea and I don't drink tea.
6 month. You have the 6 month weekly planner.
If it's anything like mine, I had the quarterly one. And you have to like repeat it.
That's I don't know about all that.
I just do my own bullet journaling. I get as artsy as I want. I write as many goals as I want. I don't care. I do daily journaling so that my brain can just go splat on the page.
So the
And-
closest thing,
Whatever.
You have to put the stuff on the week pages. And then you also have to put it on the daily page. Because they're not next to each other.
so this is from 2 nanos ago, but like I just make a list of like this is all the episodes I'm doing in that time period and just like mark it out and then do them. But notice there's no dates. Do you think it says at the top? Yeah, it does say at the top November. That's the closest thing to a date. And that's because I wanted to get all those done by mid-October because
Ooh, Spence had shrimp Alfredo with bacon and broccoli. Oh, that sounds so good.
Approximately half the loaf of bread.
So that makes me sad.
Oh, sounds so good. I'm hungry right now.
so I have to write things on every day, the start of every week. See, that's
So what I don't like about the Clever Fox Planner, because I got one and I did it for the fourth quarter of 2020. was that it has the goals pages, then it has the months, then it has the weekly pages, and then it has the daily pages.
That's a lot of.
So they're all separate. I want the months, like, here's January. I want the weekly pages, the first week page, and then the week, the next week page, and then the week. I don't want them to be, like, completely away from each other.
Yeah, that just, no. 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 The middle brought me.
I'm sorry,
And I'm-
cheap planners either.
Uh-huh.
I paid $40 for my planner.
Please tell me you had butter with the bread.
Butter.
I saw butter. You have you have months and weeks only on Happy Planner Classic.
I started writing my unnatural fic.
Ooh, yay.
You want to hear what I got so far?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
It's all 4 paragraphs so far. I gotta figure out where I'm actually going. So, it all started when I lost my front tooth. The pristine porcelain was hollow and rotted from the inside, dark sludge oozing from where the root should be. My dentist said it must have been a cavity and to floss more. A new voice inside my head laughed. Over the next few weeks, my teeth continued to loosen and fall out one by one. My gums shrank and receded, red and blotchy, festering. I could only eat liquids, but after a month, even they could not satisfy my new hunger. The air that was crisp with winter held new scents to me. Every time I would pass someone bundled in their coats and scarves, a hint of something sweet would waft over me. Fresh baked bread paled in comparison to the allure of these people. When at the gym, the smell of human sweat would fill the air, turning my stomach. Some people's body odor was rank, yet that sweet allure would float over top of it. I was hungry for them, but not their bodies.
Bum, bum, bum.
Gross, but good.
Yay!
I'm going to say it's definitely not a Wendigo story because you don't want the bodies.
Nope.
I like it.
More of a soul-sucking story.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'm going to have to let's see, with Valentine's Day coming up, I will put it back out because I think the website that it was originally published on went away. Many years ago, I wrote a Givenchy story for Valentine's Day, which I thought was a very cute romantic story about like soul-sucking love, which some people agreed with and others did not, but it has not seen the light of day for a while because I think where it got published went away. So I'm gonna have to put that back out for Valentine's Day this year. I think it's cute.
I like everybody's comments about the story.
I'm thinking yes, but I think it's going to be more like a Dementor soul sucker kind of thing.
I have to say, you don't have to have teeth to bite. A beak could grow in. Snapping turtles use that beak to cut like scissors. So there are options other than teeth for flesh ripping in Jaws.
Snapping turtles are adorable as babies. So many people take them home, not realizing they're gonna be snapping turtles. I know this because I watched Snake Discovery on YouTube. I don't even like snakes, but I'm just like, oh. But somebody, apparently some kids were throwing the eggs from the turtles. And so some little girls that live near the Snake Discovery people rescued them and took them to them so that they could incubate them because they had the proper licenses to take in rescue animals like that. So once they were hatched, they took them to as close to they could get to where they were originally found and released them back into the wild.
I like it a lot.
But also now I enjoy watching videos of baby snakes going like coming out of their eggs.
Like Opa Snoot.
I'm going to throw this one at Maggie. Maybe you've used it. I've never used Smashwords. I've looked at it a couple times, but I've never used Smashwords. I know some people that used to use it a lot and really liked it, but I think they moved over to Ingram Spark as they grew their business.
I feel like I watched a video where somebody talked about Smashwords.
Oh no! Yep, it's coming up soon.
Maggie, that's pretty awesome.
But yeah, I don't know if I've just since you're gonna have to leave soon. I've never used Smashwords. Jules says that she's heard good things. I know some people that used to use it and liked it, but like I said, I think that they've all moved over because they wanted to do a lot more custom formatting to their ebooks and stuff that Smashwords didn't allow for or something. I think they moved over to using Ingram Spark or something like that. But I've take this with a grain of salt, but I have I cannot think of negative comments that I've heard about them. Like of the people that I know that used them, it wasn't like, well, they did me wrong and that's why I'm switching. So, but yeah, that's Yeah. Yes, they did. That was a good book. There's still rumors going around when one of the channels is going to do a series based actually on the book. They're going to do it as a proper anthology series because the book is just a collection of short stories. And I take it from somebody who generally doesn't like zombie fiction. It's a really good book.
Nice.
It is I really enjoyed World War Z. Was shocked when I saw the movie because that's not even one of the stories from the book.
I think they just like the title.
Yeah, they just used the title. Now, the Siege of Jerusalem is a thing that happens in the book. Like there are a couple there are a couple moments in the movie that are like hints at things that happened in the books. But like that whole plot line, because in the book, the plague just kind of peters itself out. Like everybody runs up into the mountains and waits till winter. And when the zombies get cold and start freezing, they like just run through and like start killing them en masse. And also the ones down south just start rotting away in the swamps and whatnot. So like it's written as an aftermath story. It's basically it's like a Ken Burns documentary about what the zombie apocalypse, and it's interviews with survivors and the stories of that have been collected through the events that happened. But yeah, that I'll never forget that part where they just literally an entire country had everyone pull their teeth so that if you do become a zombie, well, you'll leave some bruises. But the Siege of Jerusalem was closest to what was in the book, but yeah. And the other really, because oh man, the stories in Louisiana, I loved the stories in Japan. That one was so good because it's about a blind monk trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. That was a really, really good story. Because he's up in the Shinto shrine out in the middle of nowhere and gets word that things are happening. And that was there's some really good stories in there. I rather enjoyed it. Let's see. We were surprised that there wasn't the part about yes. Yeah. There was some interesting stuff in there. Like the book is really interesting. The movie it's kind of like the book for I Am Legend is actually a fairly interesting book. The what is it, 60s or 70s movie Omega Man, which was based off of it, is closer to the book. It's still not a very good movie, but it's at least closer to the book because that's not actually a zombie book. Everyone gets infected with a vampirism plague. And they aren't stupid. They can talk. Like they get held up in the building and have to negotiate their escape. Like the hordes of monsters actually are thinking and organized and are capable of speech, which makes it a lot more terrifying because they can come get you. They can make plans. All righty. I am going to set us up on another 20 so I can get back to the music again. As always, y'all do as you see fit. Yes, it was filmed in Glasgow. Yep. You didn't know the book was an anthology. Your sister liked it a lot and wouldn't shut up. Yeah, it's an anthology. It's a collection of stories from the zombie apocalypse. Yeah. And there's a lot of really good stories in there. But because it's short stories, that's the other good thing about it is when you hit a bad one, you can either skip it or it's not going to take you long to finish reading it because it's just a bunch of stories. Your cousin worked near the set of tonight. Well, that's pretty cool.
Okay. If there's a book that if I recommend it to you and it's a book that like destroyed my heart, like just so you know, I highly recommend this book, but it is going to gut you alive and then kill you, and then it's going to do it all over again a couple of times. I cried, type of thing.
But yeah, that's if you haven't read it, and like I said, even if you don't like zombies, like it was so everywhere that I was just like, well, fine, I'm going to read it and see what the hubbub's all about. And I'm glad that I did because I actually enjoyed it. You can't remember if your cousin was in it. See, she did that to you one too many times, and you'll never forgive her. Yeah. I will say there are some stories in there that will kind of break your heart because it's a zombie apocalypse story. But I think that goes without saying. Like, not all the stories are going to be like all sunshine and roses. Zombie apocalypse. But there's actually, it's an interesting moment because there are stories from the beginning, the middle, and the end of World War Z, the zombie outbreak. And so towards the end, they become a bit more hopeful and a bit more tragic when you see people not surviving, knowing that, like, but it's almost over. All right, I'm going to hit another 20, do as thou wilt, and at harm none. I will be around.
So I have a question. Does anybody know where like the seat of the soul is? So if somebody was going to like attack you to eat your soul, where would they go for?
So, I've heard something that it's almost like depends on the person. Like some people keep their soul in their heart. Some people like keep their soul in their head. Like it truly depends on the person, I've heard.
You could use the chakra outline for a person, and the kind of person is where their soul is, because each one aligns to basically a personality type. Because The one at the base of the spine would be someone who lives merely for survival. The one at the genital level would be somebody who's all about sex. At the stomach, that would be somebody who lives by a will to power. Once you get to the heart, that would be somebody who is very compassionate. See, the throat would be someone who has kind of gone all in on altruism and has been actively working to improve their own life. And then the third eye, or the top of the head, would be somebody on the verge of enlightenment or actually enlightened.
Cool.
If you wanted to do something like that, and then it really would be like wherever it is on the person.
Cool. I'll have to think.
I could just buy a notebook of the student checklist things without the word student there, that'd be great. I'm gonna do it. Oh, oh, glad to know my phone scared others too. Please.
Beep, 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 beep. I let that one go just a little bit longer because I've actually started building a song. I've got all my loops done, and I'm starting to try to figure out how to rough cut them into something that's going to actually sound like music, because loops are not music. They are building blocks, but they are not music.
So I was writing, I was being productive, and then I got a FaceTime or whatever. I got a video call from one of my sisters, who apparently is doing a Secret Santa-ish thing, but they call it a shit swap. So it's something from your house that you're swapping with somebody else. And so my sister has knitted this abomination. It looks like it's made out of ground beef. Like, she just sent me a picture. Oh my gosh. I was not ready for it. Okay, come on, load.
Well, now you have some inspiration for the Unnatural story.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Sounds like we're all about to have inspiration for oh my. Oh my.
It's holding a jar. And it's on a piece of cardboard. But yes.
It does look like
Terrifying.
it's made out of raw beef. Raw meat. Like,
It's
ah.
yarn.
Oh my goodness.
It's like, what have you wrought? What is this?
Oh my. just oh my.
Exactly. So I'm writing about a beak coming in and the lips splitting to make room for this beak, and I get this yarn beast now.
Well, now
It's kind of cute to mama.
it's,
In a weird way.
you're not wrong. It is kind. It is a kind of cute.
Some of the ugliest and most horrifying things are weirdly cute.
Like, I'm sure Japanese has a word for it. It's like kawaii but dark. Like, because if any language has a word for cute, it's in there somewhere. Yeah. Not as much as Endgame. Endgame was such a
Dude, I'm gonna be honest.
coaster.
The majority of that movie. Because knowing that it was certain people's last movie.
Mm-hmm.
Or the last time those characters were gonna be in that movie with those other characters. I'm like, oh,
like knowing that, like, I'm a big Chris Evans fan, have been for a long time before he was ever Captain America, and still am now. Oh my goodness, like, but I'm not. You better still be putting out good movies that I like to watch on a regular basis, because he keeps talking about how he wants to stop acting and just go become a director. And so that was really hard to watch what might be one of his final, like, acting roles. So you've got it rough cut down to 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Now, to cut it down a bit more. Yay! Tamama is done with the previous chapter, and OMG, putting it together. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how I find all my typos. Text to speech, yes. It's really good, especially with the newer voice, like on the Mac, because the new built-in, I think, did they change her name or is she still Samantha? I can't remember. I think she's Samantha now. She used to be Susan. I think she's Samantha now. Anyway, the built-in voice is so smooth. Like, they really did a good job. Like, you can hear her take breaths at periods and stuff now. And when she hits a typo, it all of a sudden gets extremely robotic, or something that does not parse in the robot voice, just because she'll be talking to you, just absolutely normal. And it just starts, like, it sticks out like a sore thumb. And I think the built-in voice for Google does that now too, because they've worked really, really hard to build up a natural speaking engine for what they're doing. Yeah, it's those, especially if you can use one of those voices, it really helps out a lot. I know a lot of people use, what's the app? Dang it. It'll come to me.
I think I have Natural Reader. Yeah, Natural Reader text to speech
That's
on
it.
my Chrome browser.
That's it.
You can also download it. I think you can like actually download it and have it on your computer as well. But I think when I do it, I'm going to just upload it to Google Docs and just be like, read this to me.
See, we got 468 words, which is awesome. Yeah, I found that especially the more natural speaking that they've gotten the voices, the more errors stand out because the robot can't parse it, and you can tell when the robot just like loses it and just like like it's great. That improved my writing so much when I started doing that. Like, just saying. Yeah.
It's so true to be.
Yeah.
She hosts a horror episode.
Yep.
Kimo Kawaii.
I knew there was a word. I knew there was a word. By the way, I swear I am going to start my Japanese lessons up after my life calms down a little bit. Because I really want to get back at doing it, but I actually tried and had to do the lessons over again because I'm not retaining new knowledge. Like, learning new skills are not sticking right now. So hopefully,
We've got so many skills already. There's no room.
might be part of it too. But it's just I please life, please. I need some normalcy, please. Okay, 2 of my video clips just randomly disappeared. Uh-oh. Undo. Control Z. Command Z. I don't know what, you're on a Windows machine, I think. Command Z. Control Z.
They returned.
Thank goodness. Let's see. Yep. There's some really good ones out there. Meatloaf and scalloped potatoes. Oh. See, we used to make au gratin potatoes all the time, and when I was a kid, I didn't understand it was a French word and turned it into an English word, and so I used to ask for the potatoes that all look rotten. Because I thought that that's what it was, and I didn't quite understand it because potatoes, when they rot, they don't turn yellow. But okay, whatever. And so to this day, my sister's like, "Did you want me to make you some potatoes that all look rotten?" And I'm just like, "Yes, from scratch. Get in the kitchen, Becca." And then the Southern hospitality kicks in, and like, now you have to. You offered. You have to make it. Like, your bad joke just backfired on you, and I get tasty potatoes. Ha!
I get delicious potatoes, and your plan backfired. So ha!
One of these days, you will realize you should stop doing that. Yeah, I get that. Acronyms are fun. My texting used to be a nightmare back in the T9 days because I knew like every acronym, and like it was a pain in the butt for people who didn't, because it was like, I am not using my thumb more than I have to. Dang it. You're getting the most concise message that the world has ever seen.
Oh, I'm totally currently downloading the Natural Reader software, by the way.
Nice.
Because, well, I'm getting the free version. There's also paid versions. But I'm going to stick with free.
I will say, because I have used it in the past, Mariner Software makes an application called Narrator that not only lets you pick the voices, it lets you set up a script and tell it what voice should read what line on there. And they've got special commands you can put in to actually dramatize it using the robots.
Wow. That's impressive.
So that is a thing that does exist. I have used it in the past for some things. In fact, the intro to this that you heard, that "Can you hear me? I have something to say," we're actually programmed using narrator. So, but yeah, I've used that in the past and it's worked really, really well for some fun stuff. I've been looking at upgrading to the newest version, start doing radio dramas with it. Because with some of the newer voices, because that's the other thing, is they use standard voice formats. So if you can find a text-to-speech voice, you can install it in there and use it. So there's a lot of fun stuff in there. I used to joke that I was going to pay the money at some point and have my voice turned into a text-to-speech voice, so my podcast would be a lot easier and a lot more. I have yet to do that, but there's still part of me thinking, that's not half a bad idea. It's just, it's not cheap to have your voice digitized like that. But that's what Patreon and Coffee are for.
I think they pay you so they could have your voice on file.
I would almost pay to see what people would do with my voice. Like just that could be fun. It's kind of like the Click's latest challenge. Like, what can you do with his ooh scream? Like, I have plans, Click. I have plans. Like, it will be dark and dangerous things that you are going to regret giving that permission to people on the interwebs. Let's see. Spending an extra 10 cents for the extended into a yeah. Hubby just found out that he doesn't have to go in until 4 p.m. So he and the youngest are fighting over an extra serving of meatloaf. Ooh, I know that feeling. Like, wait a minute, I don't have to go in? Stuffing time! It's kind of like the problem that we had last night because Oma sent home cookies.
I'll take cookies.
We may not have any cookies left. We may have just went, it's been a rough day. Would you like cookies? Yes. Here. Bonk. Have fun.
I understand this problem.
We may have assaulted all of the cookies. Which I am okay with this. Oh, I always feel awkward talking about like one of my favorite shows in the world right now because it's on Apple Plus, and I know a lot of people don't have access to that. But Dickinson season 2 came out yesterday. They launched it. Well, it technically came out today, and I noticed. And because they set it to go live at midnight Eastern time, when we got done playing the game with Kat, it was live. And so that's what we did after we played. We were like, it's up! And we have devoured the first 4 episodes. I love it. I love it. I love the show. If you have any way to watch it, please try to watch it. It is so relatable as a writer. The plot for this season starts off with her best friend coming to her going, I met a publisher. I told him about you. He's interested in your work. And her going, I'm not publishing it. Why did you tell a publisher? Why would I want to publish it? Why? Like, I was like, wait, this could actually happen? No, why? And I'm just like, oh, I feel you. I feel all of these words. I feel them deep down in my soul. And because this is a period of her life that we don't have a lot of historical knowledge about, they're basically interpreting poems into episodes, like completely into episodes.
Oh, wow.
They're working them into the dialogue of the shows. So every now and then they'll just start talking to each other in the lyrics, in the lines of an Emily Dickinson poem. And it's done so well. Haley Steinfeld is so good. It is so wonderful. They just had a seance, which was amazing. Just all kinds of amazing. I need Emily Dickinson communing with the spirits of the beyond, and her mother accidentally communing with the spirit of from beyond and getting very happy from it. Jane Kerensky plays her mom, by the way, and a greater comedic actress of our age. We don't really have that many of them. It's such a good show. I don't know if anybody has the ability to watch it, but if you do, it is so good. It is. I've watched it way too many times. Way too many times. Oh, and they also did the thing that they did last season, at least once already this year, where they set one of her tunes to music and had Haley Steinfeld perform it.
Oh, nice.
Which, yes, yes, all of this. So even if you can't watch the show, that single is probably available on one of the streaming services for you to check out, maybe. So good. It is so, I love the show. Loves it.
Also, I downloaded the Natural Reader thingy, and it has a thingy where you can set it to a mini board. So then, if you just highlight anything that's on your screen that's text, it will read it from any program.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Basically, as long as you can highlight the text.
Cool.
Cool.
So, like, I can use it in Scrivener.
Nice.
Nice.
You'll have to let me know how that works since I have Scrivener too and would like to try that out.
And Literature and Latte, I know you're working on the next edition of Scrivener. Can you please help the poor people on Windows get parity?
Yes,
'Cause I
please.
feel really bad because I'm like, oh, that's easy. You just do this. And then they're like,
That's not a feature that we have.
Please?
You said 2020. You promised us. That's why I bought it.
Now it says sometime in 2021. They didn't even give us a quarter of the year. They're just like, sometime in 2021 it's going to happen. We don't know it.
Christmas.
And I will say, anybody who was thinking of getting Aeon Timeline, which is my favorite timeline software, they just sent me an invite to the beta for version 3. So maybe not do that yet.
Wait.
Wait.
Mac.
What?
Isn't that only Mac?
I don't know. I honestly don't know what's what anymore. I really don't, because I'm bad
There
at it.
are a lot of programs that I would like to be able to use, but they're Mac only, and I'm just like, no.
Like Vellum. I hate that Vellum is Mac only.
Macs don't like me. Nothing Apple likes me. Just let me touch it. It's like you with an engine.
It's like me with an engine. No,
Just let me touch the Mac and it won't work
that's
until I'm gone.
that's not good. Friend.
Considering I used to have an iPhone.
If you're going to bed, night CB.
Sorry, I could have just sworn I heard somebody cough in the other room, but I'm home alone.
That's
Maybe
disturbing.
you should go check.
I'll be right back. I'm not going to mute my mic. I'm going to turn the camera off because I get self-conscious people watching me stand up and sit down. But I want to leave the mic on in case I start and I'm taking the phone with me. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I hope it was just a pet coughing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Listening for screams.
Oh, I think my boyfriend's home. I just heard a door in my house.
A rabbit just hopped onto his suitcase. It's his throne.
Aw.
When I'm done finally cleaning my room, I'm going to have my dresser, that's the black thing right there. It's going to be all the way against that wall. And then that's where my guinea pig cage is going to go.
Nice.
Have a guinea pig.
Yes. Have you had any more picture updates from the...
Not.
Ah,
Posted them all.
darn. I want more.
I know, right? So do I. But they're supposed to be ready next week or the following.
How many are you getting? Huh?
Nice.
Hopefully 2, because you should get 2 guinea pigs. If
Uh-huh.
not, I'm getting only 1.
Okay.
But I hope I get 2.
Yeah.
Good news, everyone. I am still alone in the house with the exception of the animals. They knocked some books off of a table in there, and I guess through the sound dampening of the walls, it sounded like somebody went, and that was just the books like.
Ah, that's good. That it was only books.
That's good.
But yeah, that
Well,
creeped
not
me
good
out.
they knocked things down, but good thing you're in the house with the pets.
Yeah. It creeped me out because it just sounded as clear as day, like somebody in the other next room went, "Oh, that shouldn't happen." Granted, no. The only noisy ghost we have whistles. So,
But hopefully I'll be getting the 2 darker guinea pigs as long as they're the same gender. If they are not the same gender, then that's definitely not happening.
You don't want littles?
Especially not when they're littles. So next week, the boys for sure have to be removed from them. I believe. It's this week or next week that they have to be removed. Because at 3 weeks, guinea pig males have to be removed from the mom and siblings.
Wow.
yes, all of them. Yes. There are quite a few poets that I would love them to see this kind of thing done to. I'm assuming you're still talking. You're talking. That was about the Dickinson thing. The show.
I think so.
I love it so much. I wish it was more broadly available because I hate it so much because that is actually my favorite streaming service because all the shows they've put up there have been really good because they just don't care and they're just like, we have money here, just do a thing. Just do a thing. Like even the weird show from the Bob's Burgers people about Central Park was really good. I didn't want an animated musical series starring Josh Gad, but I got one and I'm fine with it. It's really good. And it's like all his friends from Broadway doing a Bob's Burger style musical about Central Park.
Oh, yay! My cousin got her COVID vaccine. She's a nurse.
Yay.
Nice.
So, yeah. So she got at least her first shot of her
Okay.
COVID vaccine. So, yay!
Yay.
Because she works in the medical field, and I don't want anything to happen to my cousin.
I can't wait till we all can start saying that.
Yeah. I can't wait to get stabbed.
Yeah.
I can definitely wait, considering how I react to shots. But
Oh, I've already I've already told the hubby and myself, like some people it gives like headaches, really bad headaches too. So plan to take the day off just in case. But
well,
it's worth
like if I get my shot in my left arm, which is always the one they do because it's not my dominant arm, which makes sense. They don't want to do it with my dominant arm. But my arm, like I can feel it after they've given me the shot. Like I don't feel it when they've given me the shot, depending on who does it and how they do it.
Yeah,
But I get such a bad pain that I can't actually lift my arm.
I get
at
the
all.
knot. Yeah.
Like
Wow.
yeah, because I'm in like so much pain. It hurts to go like this for my shot. And that's even with me like, because they're like move it around just like the entire day so that it gets flowing through your system and it helps ease the pain. I'm like, no, it don't. Can't lift my arm the next day at all, and I still feel the pain for like a week. But that's because I got a nerve hit in my arm that almost made me black out when somebody gave me a shot one time.
Oh.
And I can still feel that if you touch just right on my arm. If you touch that spot, sometimes I can still like feel it.
Mm.
Ooh.
I just hope when my time comes for the job, they listen to me and I don't accidentally punch somebody. It's extremely billophobic. I have a really bad thing. I was attacked by a nurse with a hypodermic when I was a child. I have a thing about needles. I'm going to look that way. You're going to do your business. You're not going to tell me. I'm going to go to a little happy place far away. And some of them don't listen to you. And they're like, here it comes. And I go, what? And then fight or flight kicks in.
I have to be like mentally prepared for it. And I have lupus, so I have to, well, I don't go to the doctors anymore because I can't afford it, but I used to have to get my blood drawn every like 6 months or so. So every 6 months I was like, okay, give me like a few more seconds, okay? Okay, do it now. Ooh. That's
Yeah.
I'd prefer my stepmom to give me the shot, but they won't let her do that. She gave me my tetanus shot.
I know in California, to try to get more vaccine out, they just license dentists to be able to administer it, because they're basically trying to get anybody with a medical license to be able to disperse. That way they can get more people quicker and just get it out. And I know in California they just extended that to dentists.
I just really hope that there are stickers involved with this too. Like, I want a sticker that says I got vaccinated, or a button. I would prefer a button.
That would be really cool.
A little permanent, so I could be like, yeah, I'm vaccinated.
Yeah, because that's going to be a good day. That's one of the days I'm looking forward to in this year, which says a lot because I hate needles. It's hard to express how much I hate needles, which, by the way, was God's way of saving me from a crippling heroin addiction. As a friend of mine went down that road, and I'm like, oh, hell no. No, no. I don't care how good you tell me it feels. No, 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 no. Ain't no high worth putting a needle in anywhere. No, that's not happening. Alrighty, I'm going to set us up for a 20-minute timer.
Yeah, so a girl I know got vaccinated, and they gave her the paper with the
Yeah, that's what my cousin has. She got a paper.
yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Like a vaccinated person. Can't wait till everyone's vaccinated and we can go out and do things.
I think I heard that the UK just whoa. Okay, stuff just flew off the wall shelf over there. Maybe the ghosts are angry with me today. I don't know.
What's happening in your house? Don't put your candles on.
No, I didn't turn the candles on. Maybe I should do that. I'm going to start a timer. Y'all can have fun, do whatever you want. I'm going to I might even get out my shush shush bell. Anyway, I will be back in 20 minutes. I know, Sasha. What was that?
There are lights.
Lights. Oh, the pretty lights. I need to figure out now that the Christmas stuff is out of here what I want on the top shelf. If I'm going to move the Yodas back up or put something else up there. I don't know. But the lights. So I'm still roughing out how I want to put this together, but I've got roughly about a minute of song now that's kind of starting to sound like what I want it to.
Awesome.
Nice.
I'm happy with it. It's very like I don't even know if I want to use the word lo-fi anymore. Like it's lo-fi inspired. This is very like the 80s trap remix. Like it took a turn when I was like, I wonder what this loop would sound like if it was played on this instrument. And I went, oh, it's so beautiful and like 80s chimey, and it completely undercuts everything that the original song was about. Yay! It's pretty. So it's probably gonna survive to the final version, but things are changing and I'm loving it. So what did y'all work on?
Worked on my story. My unnatural story. So I just rolled over onto the second page. So
Nice.
Yeah.
I have a very grumpy dog over here. What is it?
I did a little fanfic, and I spent the majority of that time scrolling through Facebook, and I really just wanted to grab like a ton of members of my family by the shoulders and be like, so people can infiltrate your group and cause mischief, but they can't infiltrate these groups and cause problems?
Ooh, dog content. Hello, doggy. Hello, Sasha.
hello.
So cute.
She's like, I just want to go back to my nappies, but things keep happening. Like I was having a nice nap, and then all these random noises started. And, yeah. At least it's not the like really angry one. Like the really angry one has thrown things across the room at me, and like we've got a dent in our living room floor because of a thing that got thrown across the room from one of the angry bubs. And yeah, at least it's not him. Nice. I would be reading out loud, but my brain is not working. So I tried not to do that so I don't murder the words. Beautiful. I hate to be that person because I'm really enjoying the conversation, but I'm also really enjoying the thing that I'm doing. And I'm just like, but Papa says music. So I kind of wanted to just dip right back in. But it's good to take a break, especially to like back away, because being really, really close into it. I've got a beat that I kind of like for it too already. That's taking shape. But like when I go back and listen to it, I may be like, what the hell was I thinking? Because that's a very important thing. Because remember, repetition in music legitimizes the sound that you're hearing.
That's why you're supposed to listen to a new song 3 times before you decide whether or not you really like it or not.
So I'm hoping that I'm not just like convincing myself like, yeah, this is working.
Yeah, there was a song that like I was like, eh. And then like I listened to it a couple more times, and then suddenly the next I'm just like I was like, this song is, but apparently everyone has that same exact reaction to the song. Like, once or twice, you're just like, and then suddenly you're just jumping around your room, I'm an albatross.
I have been ignoring my new For You music list for a while too, because I just haven't been wanting to listen to them. So I don't even know if there's any new music out that I would like.
I don't listen.
I've been listening to a lot of old music, like the Rat Pack and what's his name? The opera singer who's really famous, who's dead now. Not Andrea Bocelli, but what's his name?
That's a lot of people.
I know. But there was the one really big one who did like Caruso really well and stuff. I think so. I think that's who I'm thinking of.
Pavarotti's not with us anymore. I'm not sure. But yeah, I've been kind of bouncing back and forth between like 80s goth, because that's like where my heart always is, and like really obnoxious music that would make a pride parade blush. Like I'm just like flipping back and forth, and it's not like based on my mood for the day. It's like, no, I'll listen to like 2 songs of like dark, spooky gloom rock, and then just like happy bouncy dancy time. And it's like, oh no, we need the darkness again. But no, we need happy bouncy dancy time. Like going back and forth. And the hubby the other day was like, can you just go in the other room if you're gonna do that? Because my mood swings can't take it.
So you know the memes that people make with it's one of the scenes from the movie that like the guy paid everybody and everybody's like, wait, you're getting $10,000? I'm only getting 2. You guys are getting paid?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So this one is humans. Please God, let 2021 be a good one. God, you guys are still alive?
Oh, that feel. Yeah. Oh, felt that one. Yeah.
I'm like, this is. Should I be this funny? Earlier, apparently somebody did a thing of one of the people, the woman who was shot, because apparently there's like footage of her like saying nothing's gonna stop us.
Yep.
And then a couple hours later, she was dead.
Yep. The question is, we don't know if it was Nancy Pelosi's or Mike Pence's detail that did it.
Oh.
Yeah, the story has changed since I last heard it, and that was the debate that they were having on one of the major networks, that the shot was apparently fired by one of the security details.
Wow. That's big.
So I just want the news story where they catch the guy that was running around with the zip ties looking for his captives. I just want that guy caught. I want a lot of them caught, but I really want that guy caught. And I want them to catch the guy who planted the pipe bombs.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Because like that's no joke. Do so many weird mouths.
Is prolific. Is everywhere.
Yeah, I'm the queen of soul. You could probably make a musical just out of all of my souls that get cut out of the videos that I make. Because there's so many. There's so many. That my weird staring off into the darkness moments. Ooh.
I love electro swing.
I love electro swing. It is such a beautiful thing.
Yes, she is.
And I got really upset because the first bio I read of her was like, this American patriot. I was like, no. No. I know we don't usually speak ill of veterans who are dead, but
In this
the
case,
same reason we shouldn't speak nicely about Robert E. Lee. Like, yes, he was a veteran of the U.S. Army, and then he fought for the bad guys. he did a little insurrection thingy. So we don't say nice things about him. He also fed humans to pigs to punish them. So,
Wow.
Like alive?
yeah. If okay, so I'm sure you've heard the story of John Brown, who tried to lead a slave revolt prior to the Civil War. Robert E. Lee. Okay, John Brown was an American abolitionist who decided enough's enough. They're not doing anything about it, and decided to go around and liberate the slaves himself. And basically, the first batch that he freed, he gave weapons to, and they went around and started trying to free other slaves because, you know, slavery bad.
What?
And then he decided to go after the armory in Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, to get more weapons for the rebels to free slaves. Robert E. Lee was a general in the U.S. Army who was dispatched to put down Brown's rebellion. When he arrived, they shot many of them. There was a siege that lasted for a while. When they captured the remaining people, they took them to Hog Alley and fed them to the pigs.
Wow. I did not know this. This was definitely not taught in my history lesson.
Not in mine either.
Yeah. If you go to Harper's Ferry, they'll take you there and they'll tell you the whole story about it.
Wow.
And they're proud because they're like, yeah, and all the black people he took down to feed to the pigs because he was a racist piece of trash. They don't add that part. I add that part. But yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
The things you learn.
Things you learn.
People don't teach you in school.
Because that's the fun thing about living in that Pennsylvania, Maryland area. Because I also lived in like Tennessee and a lot of the places where the Civil War actually warred. And our family are big history buffs, so we went to a lot of the battlefields and learned a lot of the stuff. And so yeah, there's a lot of that. I'm just gonna say what I've been saying all along. You cannot go after a civilian government with intention to hold hostages with weapons and guns. That is not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. And if there is any justice in this world, like I'm very anti-death penalty, but the Constitution does not give any wiggle room on this one. They're going with Julius and Ethel Rosenberg on this one.
Weren't they wrongly?
Yeah, there's some evidence that Julius and Ethel were not really the people we should have found, but they were the Jewish people that got caught. Yeah, I was talking about Robert E. Lee and the Brown Rebellion.
That we were not taught in school.
Yeah. Because John Brown is a very interesting figure who the question is really is a question of whether or not he should be seen as a hero or a villain. Because, yeah, you know, shooting people bad, but freeing slaves good. Like slavery is such an appalling evil that it is hard to put into terms how horrible life was in American slavery. John Brown is an interesting historical figure. I will just leave it at that. And especially when you read some of the writings and stuff that he did, because he tried to like talk about it, but I forgot I had Tumblr still on my phone. I just got a whole bunch of notifications from Tumblr. Somebody found my old blog.
Don't forget, you still have stuff going there.
True. I always forget because automation is a thing.
You
all
do?
right. I'm going to start playing with music again, so I'm going to run off. Y'all can do as you wish because, it's that kind of a thing. I will be back in 20-ish minutes.
I just enjoy that I'm writing a fanfic for a show that I never technically watched.
Which one?
True Blood.
Oh.
Like, I've never actually technically watched this. I've seen clips of it, but I've read a hell of a lot of its fanfic.
Nice.
And then I got a mental image of this little kid looking up at Eric North and going, so, he's dead, and he exploded. Do I have to tell you everything I saw? And went off. Now I'm writing a fanfic.
I'm thinking of taking a break from my Pride and Prejudice and working on a Gilmore Girls fanfic, except I don't have any good ideas for it, but I've been watching so much Gilmore Girls lately that I'm like, maybe.
Could just do like a one shot?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm very disappointed by the year, the year review or whatever it was, what they had just come out with. It was very disappointing. Not what I had wanted it for the ending to be.
I remember watching Gilmore Girls with my sister because she really liked the show. I don't remember which one, but I really didn't care. So yeah.
The Pretty Reckless is a great band that was started by one of the, I can never remember her name, but the youngest of the two people from Gilmore Girls. It's her band. It's really, really, really good.
Taylor Momsen? Is that who?
Yes.
She wasn't in Gilmore Girls.
No. What's her name? Yeah. It's on their bio.
She was in Gossip Girl, I think.
It said Gilmore Girls on the thing I read.
Hold on.
Maybe I got them mixed up with somebody else.
What band?
Anyway, Pretty Reckless is a good band. I'm going to look up that bio again because that's what it's. All right, yeah.
Oh no, that's the.
Yeah, she was in Gossip Girl.
Yeah, she was like the younger sister or something in that.
This thing says Gilmore Girls.
Again, never watched
Nobody
it.
messed their bio up.
Because she's definitely not in Gilmore Girls. I would have noticed.
That's hilarious.
Although the rapper Hobson, he's apparently made a few appearances in Gossip Girl as an extra, but I haven't been able to find him yet in the show. But I read that on his bio on one of his articles about his life, which I thought was hilarious because he's like this rapper now.
Yeah, the bio still says that. I'm gonna have to send in a ticket. That's hilarious. Because I looked it up in other sources, and you're right. Oh, and yeah, that's crazy. I need to start double checking my bios. I'm gonna find out my favorite band isn't actually Swedish, aren't I? I doubt everything.
do I want to do this as like all one thing and just multi-chapter, or a bunch of one-shots and then a multi-chapter?
Good question.
She's like 9 at the beginning, but the majority of it would be when she's older. Thoughts?
Warning, if I permanently have this face, I just made a sound that no human should ever have to hear. And I messed up. I messed up this like portion of the song, and it made a bad sound. Like the kind of sound that did to my ear like what eating a lemon would do to your like mouth. Like it was bad sound. It was bad. I don't know how long this is gonna like stick on my face, but I just thought I should warn you. Like if I'm just stuck like this forever now, I did it to myself.
A literal sour note.
Oh yeah. Because I'm trying to figure out the instrumentation and those two instruments together. That's what punishment sounds like. No.
I don't need that open right now. Like that. Also, do I just want to handwrite everything and then type it up? Or handwrite, type, handwrite, type, handwrite, type. Sorry, I'm trying to think over my process.
It's okay. It's interesting to hear other people's processes for how they write. Gives me ideas for how I can write.
When I first started doing fan fiction, I didn't have my own computer, and if I did, it died. So I had to go use I had to handwrite all my fanfics, and then I'd go to my mom's house and type them up.
Gotcha.
Or I'd type them up using the Word on my school computers, and then, like have it on a thumb drive, and then take it to my mom's house and upload it, because you couldn't access fanfiction.net from my school computers, unless you were certain people who figured out how to get around firewalls, which I happen to know some of them. The firewalls weren't that great. So I used to handwrite all of my fanfics at my dad's. So I'd have, like, because I lived at my dad's house during the week, and I went to my mom's on the weekends. A lot of kids, it's reversed. So, like, I'd have, like, a week's worth of fanfics to like, type up.
Wow.
When I'd go to my mom's house. So, yeah.
I remember the school's firewall. I was trying to look up my favorite ice skater at the time was Irina Slitskaya, but because her name has the word slut in it, I wasn't able to look her up. And I was like, no, because that's where I would get all my pictures and stuff. I would print out pictures and put them in my binders and stuff like that. I couldn't look her up. And she was one of my favorite skaters at the time.
So, like, ironically, kids could accidentally get on porn sites. We couldn't get on sites we needed for school.
Wow. That's a useful firewall.
Several times. And everyone was just like, how does the firewall or whatever you've done not recognize this site that they've been to many a time without actually doing anything extra? Is the thing. It's not like they had to go around anything. They legit could just go straight to it.
Wow.
our teachers had to figure out a workaround to get to sites that we needed, like, for assignments that, like, were part of our curriculum.
So back in the days before I had a smartphone, I still had my fan fiction problem. And so I would have to like go babysit a kid who took naps. So it's like, well, what am I gonna do while I take a nap? I'm gonna read fan fiction. So I'd be at home and I would make the print smaller and I would just print pages and pages of fan fiction and staple them and take a hard copy of fan fiction and read it while they were napping.
Did
That's
that go
funny.
because I didn't have my first smartphone that I could read fan fiction on, or the first phone I had that I could read fan fiction on was my iPhone. That hated me, by the way. So it only worked a quarter. I could literally access fan fiction. That was it. That's all I could manage to do on that phone. So I would just like download.
Oh no.
That was so beautiful. Well, I'm at the gore part now of my unnatural story.
Ooh.
So she has been transforming into this creature and can no longer withstand the sweet smell and has gone out of the apartment, gone down to the forest, and sees a man and a woman and has let forth the shriek of predation and is about to go and devour their souls.
Ooh.
So I
Creepy.
gotta figure out exactly how they're just gonna attack.
Oh, y'all are probably gonna hear typewriter sounds because I've started using Polaroider again.
Yay!
Typewriter sounds. Typity type type type.
Yeah, it does the. Can you guys hear that?
A little.
Probably catching the random noise because it is coming from my computer.
Oh, Google has suspended Parler from its Play Store. So no more visiting Parler from Google's Play Store.
Parlor.
The app that, or the app, the social media site for the alt-right, basically.
Twitter for Nazis.
Oh.
Well, Twitter for more Nazis than Twitter allows to have on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me goes to the site.
People that aren't bad enough to be on Gab yet.
Oh.
Oh, Jules.
Hey, Megan, say type.
What?
Say type.
Type.
Because did you see Jules's comment?
No, I didn't.
It'd be fun to have you do the narration for a vlog, and then instead of B-roll music, it's just Megan say type.
Type.
Lovely.
I type too fast for it sometimes. I don't think a real typewriter would like me if I did that. Also, I learned that I type 49 words per minute, apparently,
Nice.
when I'm reading it and typing it. Okay, it really didn't like me then. Maybe I should turn that off. It's a little distracting to me now. Looks and sounds. Here's the typewriter thingy. Oh, or you can select a WAV file that will be played instead. I can upload a custom sound. Anybody have suggestions? A pipe organ would be fantastic. Okay. think my roommate's home.
My phone thinks I've only taken 14 steps today. I disagree. It's got to be at least 20.
Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep.
Beep, 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 beep.
So the hubby's on his way home. Woohoo!
Woo.
I thought you'd be happier about that. Or are you burping about something else? I know you're staring over in the corner where the thing fell. I know. It's a weird day, doggy. It's a weird day. But hubby's on his way home. So this is slowly coming together in a way that is not as horrific and nightmarish as it once was. I think about maybe a minute of it figured out.
Nice.
It really like my familiarity with the original song, I can tell where the loops came from, but it doesn't really sound like the original song at all anymore, which is kind of what I'm going for, because that whole transformative thing, and it really is like an 80s. it's super 80s. This is a kind of song that would be in the background and, like, I don't know, Mannequin. God forbid Mannequin 2. But oh my goodness. Wait, what? That wouldn't surprise me. Like, Jeffree Star is a terrible, terrible human being, and he's one of those people that just looking at him, I'm like, I know you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but if they're just soulless because they let their soul die, does it count? Like, I just don't know.
I never just calls him Voldemort.
He's he is not a very good person. He likes to use the N-word a lot. A lot. That is, hey, but that's kind of what this whole stream is about, is being completely and totally random. Hey, I don't know if, am I following you on Twitter, Nikki?
Yes, that's how I found her.
Okay. To say, because I did a culling of my Twitter, and, like, as part of my year-long process of, do you spark joy? If not, get on the boat. Like, just go, get. I got rid of a lot of people on Twitter. There were some people that were collateral damage because I just clicked too fast. They're just like, unsubscribe, up, nope. Oh crap. And I'm hoping I caught all of the oh craps, because I was following a lot of people over there and then decided, nope. It's also why I don't have an automatic follow back policy on any social network anymore, because I was doing that for a really long time. And yeah, I need to get better about actually doing social media stuff that's not just, hey, I'm doing this thing now, because isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
I hardly ever post anything anywhere.
Me either.
I'm just gonna make a GIF of me screaming that I can just like post, just like my current status.
What is it now, Charlie?
Because yeah, that's just been my mood for like the last 7 years, and I got a bit quiet on a lot of the networks. So the hubby loves John Wick. Like, I don't get me wrong, they're really good movies. I enjoy them a lot too, but there are times when it's like, really, again? But I had to get that out of the way because I think I just heard the car door out there, so I can't say that name too loudly around him. But yes, you killed my daughter, my dog. You killed my puppers. Prepare to die. Story about one man and his dogs.
Have you built up a resistance to iocane powder?
I think so. Sorry, I'm staring at the door now because either there's angry monsters coming into my house, or the hubby is brought home laundry from the restaurant. What needs doing? So
Laundry is a monster.
Yes.
Yes. Like,
I hate laundry.
to save money and to keep from having to fire somebody, we got rid of our laundry service and became the laundry service. And do you know how much laundry a restaurant goes through it?
A lot.
And that all goes through our house now. So,
wow.
Yeah.
How late do you stay up washing towels?
Oh, you don't want to know. Like, there's a reason our schedule is completely flipped. Like, we don't usually get up. Like, a good day, we're up by 10 a.m. on a good day. But, we often don't get to bed till 2, 3 in the morning because we're still doing laundry. And I grew up in a house that I don't trust washing machines, and I will not sleep if it's still running. Like, if the washing machine or dryer is still running, I'm not going to bed because sometimes they flood the house and sometimes they catch fire. So I don't. Granted, he slept through all but one earthquake when we lived in California, and the one he didn't sleep through, he was commuting at the time and thought he hit a pothole in the road, and didn't even know that there was an earthquake for that one either.
I was so bad. Growing up, I would sleep through all the earthquakes. All of them. It was so annoying. It's like, I really want to experience one. We have all these earthquake drills in school, and I'm always asleep. And then finally, I'm home from high school, and my mom's upstairs, and she starts yelling my name, and the banisters are just shaking, and I'm like, what did I do wrong? Like, what is going on? You get an earthquake!
Yes, your mad ninja skills. We're in here talking, and I'm like, there's either a monster outside the house right now, or you're loading laundry onto the deck.
No, that's my mad ninja skills. So stealthy.
Yeah, there was nothing stealthy about that. I think Kat could have heard you in Michigan even if I turned my microphone off.
Probably. Probably. Did Kat have fun last night?
I don't know. Why don't you ask her? She's right there.
Did you have fun last night?
He's being attacked by a dog. But she's like, all my attention. Give me. No, I get all the attention. Why are you talking to other people? Me.
It's like 37 out, but it feels not like 37.
That's the humidity. Yeah.
I'm actually cold.
Yeah, it's the humidity. It clings to you. It's that cold that just sticks to you and makes you feel like you're freezing.
It's supposed to be 27 in the end. I'm like, it already feels like 27.
So I'm going to throw us into another sprint so we can talk and I can show him what I've been doing today and figure out what the future of the stream is. So 20
Like if
minutes.
we're ending soon, or
Yeah. Or is he going to go watch something in the other room and I'm going to keep streaming? I don't know. We'll find out after this.
okay.
Back to Twitter.
Where's the button?
Oh, Mama's doing laundry too.
Mm. Laundry, the worst chore, other than dishes. Dishes
I
are
hate
like,
dishes so fucking much.
I don't mind doing laundry. I just hate putting it away after.
yeah,
If
that's
it's not
the
mine, I'll put it away.
folding it, and I hate putting it away, so I just don't.
I am such a. So I purposely don't fold laundry because I'm so anal about laundry when I do actually fold it and put it away.
I'm the same way.
Like I have to
You
force
have to be
myself to
perfect.
not be. So like it takes me like forever to like. I'm like just fold it really quickly and just put it in the dresser. It's fine. No, it's not. It's not correct. It's not. It's fine.
Lady Catherine de Bourgh told me I packed my trunk wrong. I have to go unpack my trunk and refold my clothes and repack my trunk.
Well, I'm getting tired actually. So I did play a game.
I wrap it in demanding greens.
Until midnight my time. Well, midnight Eastern with Charlie and Charlie's hubby. And then I stayed awake for a while longer. When I shouldn't have, but I did.
I have to go get greens for this rabbit. I'll be back.
Get the greens.
Get the greens for the rabbit.
I'm looking forward to having guinea pigs so that my vegetables all could eat. Also, I'll remember to feed myself. As weird as that sounds, because I'll need to take care of the pet and feed the pets.
Mm-hmm.
So when I feed them, I'll feed me.
It's a smart way to go about it.
Right? Because it's like, if I'm already getting all these vegetables ready, I might as well make something for me to eat too.
Mm-hmm.
Makes plates. Makes 2 plates. One for the animal, one for me. See the difference? One has peas, that's the difference. Mama had it playing on their phone and on their. So I kept hearing this. Goodbye, Mama.
Bye to Mama.
Also, Charlie should be getting like a constant view from me on Twitch. There's that. I kind of hope I get this job that I applied to. Probably not. Because I need to finish cleaning my room so I can sleep on my bed. It's a little covered right now.
I'm not writing fan fiction right now. But I wrote Snape instead of Snap. Darn it!
Mood, such a mood. I hate. Gosh darn it! Why won't you force this thing so I can remove it? Courses. Take me to the course tab. I want to remove them from my homepage because they're my old classes. Why are you like this? Oh, do you guys want to hear how terrible my school is?
Sure.
Heck yeah.
They removed spring break, right? And they just tacked it on to Christmas break. But they were like, I guess we should give them some sort of a break. They obviously do not care about our mental health, by the way. Because most of the time, that's what spring break is actually for. It's like a chance to recharge and help our mental health. So they decided they were going to give us 2 whole random days.
Wow.
Not together. Not beginning or the end of a week. No. They purposely put them in the middle of 2 random weeks in the semester.
Wow.
2 whole days. Which,
You're so lucky.
yeah, which most of the professors probably aren't going to follow.
You might not even have your hardest classes on those days.
Yeah. I think one's a Wednesday and one's a Thursday. Everybody's like, wow, are we a joke to you? If you wanted to prove that you didn't care about your students, this is how you did it. We get and we understand that we don't, like, people shouldn't travel and, like, go to parties and stuff for spring break. We understand that. But our mental health is a little bit more important than your paycheck.
Yeah.
Apparently, they also encouraged professors to give us stuff of like homework and assignments over that were due over Thanksgiving break.
Wow. That's rude.
One person, I don't know who the professor was, so I can't get them in trouble, thank God. But the professor's like, don't tell anyone, but I'm not giving you anything due over break. They want us to give you stuff over break. So you are encouraged to not spend time with other people.
Wow.
Way to take away people's agency to even choose to follow the guidelines.
It's not like you guys are toddlers either. You know, you guys are adults. You can make your own decisions.
And
about
they made the choice to open our campus. We had the highest COVID rate in the state.
Wow.
And then it was just, wow, 2 whole days.
So generous.
So several of people, like, we all got the email, and a couple of people have screenshotted it and put it in, like, one of the Facebook groups, and it's like, wow, if we ever had any thoughts of if they cared about us or not. The answer is no. We don't, and the irony is we don't even want the days for, like, a break. We just were like, I need a break. Just, like, I don't even want to go anywhere. I just want, like, a day of relief, not schoolwork.
Yeah.
I really wanted to reply to the email and be like, are we a joke to you? Do we mean nothing to you?
I'll be right.
Is there a specific term for like when an alligator will chomp on something and then do the rolls to like try and break it apart?
It's called a death roll.
Death roll. Awesome.
I know this because remember when I mentioned Snake Discovery earlier?
Yeah.
They,
Nice.
their alligator was from don't quote me on this. Rex was Rex was a male. Two, apparently Rex was taken as an infant alligator and was kept for like the first 20 or so years of her life in a wooden box.
That sucks.
So like she never got to grow. She was also malnourished. She got like rubber jaw, so she almost looks like she's smiling constantly. She's kind of but so they ended up rescuing her from the people who like being given Rex. And in the time that Rex has been with them, Rex has actually grown considerably because Rex is getting proper nutrition and movement and play, and apparently, because alligators apparently have this thing, this extra eyelid that they have that makes it so that they can see underwater and the water. Rex didn't even know how to use that. So apparently, the first time she went into the water, she just closed her eyes. She didn't know to put the thingy down.
Oh no.
Or she just left her eyes open. It's like, oh, baby. We also took the alligator to PetSmart.
Nice. So when I worked on The Shape of Water, the creature's name is Charlie. That's the fish man's name, at least in production. That's what we called him. And so I had to do the articulated membrane. So the
That's what it's called.
yeah, so I had to do those eyelids, and then they would like animate the actual closing of the skin eyelids. So I was the blink queen. So I would just do blinks and blinks and blinks and blinks for like 9 months on this movie. Fun times.
Yep. Also, my school raised tuition. And said we got more financial aid when we actually didn't most of the time. Like, some people lost financial aid.
Wow.
And we're like, why is this gone? Like, I still qualify for this. Like, I'm supposed to have the scholarship, like this, whatever. So, yeah.
Does anybody remember what time that we had the weird ghost attacks in my house?
Hold on.
No.
The hubby is asking about what time that was, and I'm terrible at time.
after the bread.
Because it should be obvious. Because at one point I go, "Oh God!" Yes, your Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Inquiring
Hold on,
minds.
I always forget when somebody pulls out their lightsaber. I can pull out the. Unfortunately, it got bent, but lightsaber.
It's kind of pathetic, but then again, Obi-Wan by this age did wield a pathetic lightsaber.
Yes.
Intentionally pathetic. There we go.
I'm muted. My friend sent me a picture. It says Obi-Wan for me. Like Obi-Wan for me.
Oh,
Oh, thanks.
really breaking it.
Yeah, don't break it.
Oh, let's get it. Here we go.
Look at that samurai.
There you go. Oh, wrong way. Wrong way around. There you go.
Right.
My light.
The light of the force.
Oh, right in your eyes.
Yeah.
Right in your eyes.
So no one knows. No one remembers.
Don't remember. We can check the video because that's that time ago. I think that's what Kat ran off to do.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'm just wondering because there was if it corresponds with a certain time, then wow, okay.
Because I wish I had actually caught it the other day when I came back here to record some of the shorts. Before I hit record, I'm looking at the camera and this clear white figure, white shape moves right in front of me in the screen. And I'm just like, why was it that recording? Because there was nothing there. Like this is me. So this is me. This is where my desk starts. And here's where my laptop starts. So somewhere in between here and here, the camera caught something move across the screen.
See, the reason I'm wondering at the time is because somebody noticed little sister. I was asking questions. Was just genuinely curious, but I didn't realize it at the time. They picked her up and I was holding her and looking around her because they just thought it was a figurine, even though I mentioned it's for Federation. I was like, "Yeah, you should probably put her back up in the corner."
Puts his little sister back. Yes.
Be seated, and I'm just wondering if the times correlate because then I'd be like, "Oh, well, yeah, okay." I mean, correlation isn't causation, but. She had some.
What idiot messed with little sister?
In the corner today.
What idiot messed with little sister?
I mean, it wasn't disrespectful or anything, but he didn't know. He was just curious. One of the vendors. I was answering questions and stuff, and then next thing I know, he'd walk behind me and picked her up, and I'm just like, "Oh my goodness!" I mean, not disrespectfully. I think picked her up respectfully. It was holding her respectfully. Looking around.
Can I just say, whether you believe in things or not, if somebody has religious iconography set up in particular locations, don't just pick it up and wave it around.
He didn't recognize it as religious iconography at first. He thought it was like a Grim Reaper. But
it's just a white Grim Reaper sitting in the corner of the office.
Was wearing a white robe and didn't understand. And I'm like, oh, this is such a divorce. It's I was like, there's the proper Catholic veneration, and then there's the scary stuff that the gang started doing with her, which is, what most people are familiar with. And as these kind of legions, and the next thing you know, it's in his hands, and I'm just like, I was like, she's here.
It was after the ragdoll thingy, right?
Yep. Yeah. I thought so. You don't have
Well,
to.
I think I'm close to it in time. Because I think I found about where it is in the chat, but the message that I'm looking at was afterward. So I'm looking for like how long ago it was.
Oh, that's right. Because in chat, somebody was like, because I think it was Maggie that was like, yeah, the ghost is grumpy.
And that was a little bit after it happened.
Because I just need a rough approximation because I don't remember exactly what time.
So the ghost is grumpy was at 7:41.
Oh, yeah, no, No,
It was a little bit before that.
Yeah, this was like at 4.
Because it would be between that and see, that's when CB went away, and I thought somebody said something when I heard the weird coughing in the other room. It was
An hour and 36 minutes ago.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Not the one. Like I said, this was like 4-ish.
Yeah, it's been a weird day
Like I said,
here.
it was I didn't
Oh, Maggie already found it.
think would have come with that because he was
Oh.
Thank you, Maggie.
disrespectful. He was being insensitive.
And that was 2 minutes ago. So yeah. So now it'd be an hour and 36 minutes. 7
And we were
minutes ago.
both like scrolling back in chat and not even noticing like new chat. Yeah, it's. Yep, Steve Irwin taught us the death roll. Yep. Can I just say that weird animated Steve Irwin thing that came out the other day? It was like, no, please, no. Like, let him rest in peace, please.
Let him rest in peace. Let us watch his children grow and prosper.
Yes.
In fact,
Reminder, like,
his grandbabies due like in a couple months.
Yes.
beautiful, but it's also
Wait, she's having twins?
I don't know.
Oh, you said grandbabies, so I thought maybe she was.
Oh,
having...
I said grandbaby.
Oh, okay. I was like
Yeah, I
grandbaby.
thought I heard an S too.
What? Multiples.
I have to say, of all the people that I thought would have actually died, my money would have been on Jeff Corwin because he got bit by everything he got near. Like,
Yeah.
I'll never forget, he came out, like, he was so bad at it. He came out when we were living in California, and they took him out to the backyard of the, like, main anchor on the news program, and he got attacked by a squirrel.
yeah.
Like, Jeff Corwin, just, like, everything bit him. Like,
I wonder if the video's still up. Like, if you search Jeff Corwin's squirrel attack.
it was hilarious. That squirrel was out for blood,
Oh,
man.
man.
Like,
It was
like,
savage.
like, that's where my nuts are. Rah!
I'm just reminded. So my hometown, we have attack squirrels. They don't like people at all. So like in town, it wasn't just one type of squirrel. It wasn't like the black squirrels or this squirrel or this squirrel because we had like a couple different types. No, they all attacked you. What was funny was apparently one time on the playground, squirrels were just chucking acorns at kids.
They do that. We used to have.
Chucking them back because they're like, if you're gonna throw stuff at me, we're gonna throw stuff up at you.
That's amazing. That is so wonderful. I love it. That is all my heart right there. I need attack squirrels. Oh, I want to train the squirrels around here to attack people.
Hang out in the park.
Oh no, we didn't want them to attack people.
Oh
They
no,
just-
I never go outside the house. He's really quick in and out of the house, and the neighbors deserve it.
Her chickens are so dead.
Who? Okay, there's like 1,000 feral cats around here because this is the neighborhood that when anybody decides they don't want their cat anymore, they just bring it out here and let it go. There's like 1,000 feral cats around here. And the idiots across this road, yes, the same ones who set their yard on fire not that long ago, have live chickens without a coop in their backyard. So they're either going to freeze to death or the cats are going to eat them.
There's a chain link fence, and some parts of the fence are wooden fence that are actually higher, but the cats will just go through the chain link part. I mean, what chain link fence is going to stop a cat?
Do they not know that cats can climb?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's 2 or 3. Actually, I think there's 3 cats that like to go pathing right by the chain link fence every day because Sasha watches them and growls.
Oh, she
at
hates
them.
the one.
She hates
There's a
the
white fluffy one that I don't know what that cat did to her, but they're
she
blood
threw her in the
enemies.
yard and taunted her.
Oh yeah, that's
And
the one that went into
that was the one that wouldn't respect her when she
Yeah,
barked at her.
It was like, you're on a leash. Yeah, what the hell with you? Like, I'm at the edge of your leash, and it just like sat down and glared at her. I remember that.
Yeah, and then she did it on the deck a couple times too.
And she's just barking and barking like crazy. That cat's just like, what?
Because she was crossing the yard, and Sasha got the jump on her and scared the crap out of the cat. And the cat started running, and then the cat, second time through, realized Sasha couldn't go beyond the deck, and so then sat and taunted her more on the deck. They got a back and forth history.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But if that white cat's that smart, it's gonna get them chickens.
Though her greatest rival is the turtle that we have living in the backyard. Because like she's got to the point where she doesn't trust any rock. Like she sees a rock and immediately like kicks it to see if it moves. Like she does not trust rocks anymore because that rock moves.
Yeah, because I got a video of her first time seeing the turtle because she just kind of was just like, wait a minute, the rock moved. Because the turtle like took a step and then stopped because it heard Sasha. And Sasha's staring at her because it was real close to the deck at that point in time, trying to walk away in the grass. And Sasha stared at her like, and then just as Sasha started to turn away, the turtle thought it was safe to move again. Just as she took her attention off, the rock started moving, and she looked back and was like, "Brrr." And of course, the turtle stopped.
No, she didn't growl at it. She did that thing that we call cussing. She'd look back and would start going,
like, what are you cussing at? And it was like, yeah, there's this turtle. And then when she finally figured out it moved, she was full like attack
mode, like this thing has to go.
And the turtle wouldn't respect her.
She was up on the deck, and it was on the ground on the other side. And there was no way for her to get to it, and she just lost her mind. Like,
and all the noise, the turtle just eventually the turtle realized she couldn't do anything. It was just background noise, and decided to mosey on, slowly respecting her authority. Far too slow for her tolerance. You have to respect her authority now.
Because oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, she doesn't trust rock.
My authority. What is this?
Yeah, that's Sasha, man. She's just like, yeah,
we're telling stories about you.
Yeah, she'll make her demands, and if you don't acquiesce in the appropriate timed manner, which is pretty much
my personal favorite thing is like. Sometimes she'll like remember we've got a bag of treats, and she'll run over to where we keep them, and she'll look at me and go, "Woof." I'm like, no, those are treats. Those aren't for all the time. Woof. No, and she'll walk right out in the center of the room, and like fall on her side. And just like start making sounds like she's dying. Just like, yeah, I'm dying. I need the treat. Give me the treat and I won't make it. Just like she just makes the most awful sounds and just like flails around. And then if I'm not paying attention, she'll just go, and what?
It's like a toddler.
Oh yeah.
It does the thing.
There was all this rain and nasty weather. She insisted she had to go out. She was very insistent. I put the leash on her. Open the door. It's raining. I mean, like just above freezing rain and nasty kind of stuff. I didn't even want to be in it. And she just backed up. Like no.
She didn't back up. She turned around and walked further into the living room. Just pull
the leash with her
all the way into the living room. Like, nope.
This is like
I don't know what you're trying to do, but this is not it. No.
This was you got to go to the bathroom now because we're going to bed in 30 minutes. Going to the bathroom trip. So I just look at her. I'm like, we're going to bed in 30 minutes. Like a teller, I was explaining to her, we're going to bed in 30 minutes. You need to go out and go now. I know you don't like it. I know it's uncomfortable. Just run in the yard real quick, do your business, and get back here real quick. I'll stand at the door and be ready for you as soon as you're done. But you have to go now because if you don't go now, you're not going again until morning. And you know that's going to be like 8-9 hours. We're not getting up to let you out in the middle of the night. It will not happen. And like this is very sturdy. She just kind of looked at me, looked at the door, looked at me, and was like, and then started moseying towards the door. Ran out in the yard real quick. She checked back twice to make sure I was standing at the door paying attention. That was the agreement. I was like, Charlie was like, tell me she doesn't understand what we're saying.
Tell me she doesn't know English again. Just tell me one more time. Like, no, I know she knows English. That's why there are words that I just can't say.
Yeah. If we say
There
the
are
word,
words that my parents refuse to say. So my stepsister's name is Brandy. Brandy has a dog that is Willow's best friend. So they cannot say we're going to Brandy's house. They can't even say her name. They can't say her husband's name. They have to very code. They came up with code words. She understood then. They came up with other words. She understood, figured it out then. So they cannot go to her house without taking Willow. Or Willow will just stare at them and get all depressed.
We're on
Feel bad. So they're just like, Frank, we gotta take her. Frank, he's like, I know we gotta take her.
We're on, I think, our 9th code word for the thing that is popular to consume during movies.
Yes.
Yeah, because she knows all the rest.
Yep,
and that's her favorite.
And it's her absolute favorite.
I was afraid she heard this.
Willow likes it too. You also can't say peanut butter around Willow. Also, I felt bad, so when I made my dad's cookies, I made sure there was some without chocolate chips. So that Willow could also have cookies.
Oh.
And when I told my parents this, they were just like, yeah, we understand. She just looks so sad. And then there's my dad, who's just like, you space them out just right. And then he just nibbled on it and then made sure all the chocolate was gone. Come here! And then he gets a kick out of it because my dad taught Willow to accept food. If you tell her gentle, you can stick it in your mouth, and as long as enough of it is sticking out. My dad goes with a lot bigger food than me, and then she will accept food from your mouth. If you, with her treat, if you stick it in your mouth, and I'm like, she's the only dog I'm willing to do this with, and I'm just, be gentle. And my dad's like, it's actually very interesting watching me do it with Willow. Because I have such a thing, I was attacked when I was little by a dog, so I don't like dogs near my face. So he's like, she's more gentle with you doing it than she is with me doing it. It's almost like Willow is much too young to know that.
She probably sensed the tension.
Yeah.
But with Willow, I'm just like, okay, here's your treat. You weirdo.
Alrighty. I am enjoying the crap out of this, but I think I'm going to call it here for tonight. I am going to just say right now, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming next week, mainly because I may try to take a week off. I have not been in the best headspace lately, but your birthday's accepted. Yes, that's an exception. I'm talking about on my channel, on my stuff. Hopefully, I will rest over the next couple days and get myself back into working order. But I will try to at least make a little video to explain if I'm not. It probably will not be well edited because it'll go away eventually. But just to explain if I'm not. But I'm half thinking of taking next week off just to try to recuperate or something. I don't know because it's been a rough time for a lot of us, and yeah. But honestly, I think that at least the streams for me are helpful because it keeps me from sitting alone in my own thoughts. So there's a good chance that even if I take the time off, I may goof off during sprints and stuff, but I may still do them just for the not being locked in my house alone. Kind of thing. But I just wanted to put that out there because it's a dark place in here, y'all. So before we go, does anybody want to outro or anything?
I'm good.
I think everybody here follows these people, and if you don't, what the hell? Do it. And especially, I think I've got a Twitch, and Kat's got a Twitch, and I've had a moment. I feel like I personally took Twitch down the other day because I was like, maybe I should just move my streaming over to Twitch, and then Twitch went down. Like I had that thought, and literally Twitch went down, and I went
randomly going down.
So, I'm not like self-centered enough and narcissistic enough to think it was me, but I just like maybe this is a sign from the universe. Maybe I shouldn't be exclusive to one platform yet. See how things pan out before I make a decision, because that's oddly specific timing. And yes, self-care is very important right now, and that's why I spent the whole time making a really weird song. And Jules finished editing, and it's 16 minutes and 42 seconds.
Nice.
That is awesome. That's really good. That's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. I've noticed that at least when I look at my analytics, like if I do a video that's like 11 minutes long, people watch for like 7 minutes. If I do a 20-minute video, people watch for 18 minutes. So on average. So I think there's like a weird gray area period where it's just like, it's not long enough to justify, well, I'll stick around or something. I don't know what it is. But I try not to do like around 12 minutes. At around 12 minutes, nobody sticks through for most of them. Maybe it's the topics I pick for the videos that length, but it's weird. And now to add the background music. Speaking of which, if I actually get up and going, I may start making those everlasting tracks next week. So anybody who might be interested, maybe we should chat about that, because I know that's what I'm going to be doing for my own eventually, and hopefully soon. It's just making an everlasting track that I can just put in the background. That's like that. This is my background music, and not have to keep looking every time, because that would save me so much time. Because that's where, like, honestly, too much of my time goes is trying to find a track. Yes.
They think I'm a minor.
Which I don't understand. Like, I kind of want to just like, I don't know, just like after the Monster Palm thing, just like do a live stream on my channel of the two of us just drinking into the night, just to like drive the plane home. Like, let's just get a bottle of whiskey and just let's do this.
And even other people have commented or tweeted on the thread. They're like, she's legitimately not a minor. Like, and they keep posting links to different things. I'm just like, you don't understand. I've already looked at all of this. I literally am not breaking any rules. Just give it back.
I don't
So, yeah.
understand them. I don't understand.
I post videos and then stream on Twitch. Twitch likes me.
Yeah, Twitch really does like you. I want to do more over there. I actually, now that you have Endless Space, did you say you got Endless Space too?
Yes, I got Endless Space too.
Maybe you and I can start streaming Endless Space 2 on my channel at some point. Because that could be fun, except for I've got to figure out how to do all that. But that's on the other computer, and maybe it can handle.
Can you use StreamYard? That's what I came from.
Yeah, I can do it with StreamYard. I was just wondering if I could get the OBS and stuff working on a machine. Because this laptop will just no. Like, and if I open the actual Twitch client, you can immediately hear the cooling fan turn on this computer. Just going.
Oh,
I also figured out a way when I did the stream when Q was also streaming Among Us and I was streaming it. We were actually talking in Discord. So that's how we did it. Was we were streaming on our individual channels and not in each other's thing, but we were both in Discord.
Because I love that game. I love that game so much. It's silly, it's stupid, and I love it. I think that's what makes me love it. It's just the sheer stupidity of it.
So in the modding, all the little mods, so much customization. Because like you can make the actual free empire and
It's fun. Alrighty. My voice will stay with me until we get to the end. All right. So we'll see what I'm doing. I actually have 2 more shorts done that I meant to post on the other channel, but it just feels weird right now. So at some point I will post them. But it feels weird. It just, I don't know. It feels weird right now doing that kind of stuff. So with everything going on right now, just like now more than ever, like it has to be said, like be good to one another. Like don't do treason. Like I didn't feel like that needed to be added to my outro, but I guess
before that, don't do a tradition.
Like please don't do a treason.
Don't do a correction.
Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter, and trans identities are valid. And until next time, may you have the courage to raise your dreams into reality, and don't forget to have the fun. Bye.